Chapter 32:17. Of course, when the midget's gaze landed on Xiao Hua's smile also froze on his face. Moreover, this smile appeared extremely awkward. A kind of seriousness emerged from Xiao Hua's smile like a seed bursting out of the ground, instantly blooming on Xiao Hua's face. Damn it. This guy is probably at the 4th grade of origin energy, right? Xiao Hua had no way of knowing the exact cultivation of this midget, but from this aura, he was absolutely shocked. Looking at this formation, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be puzzled. 103rd grade origin energy subordinates, and this 4th grade origin energy person in charge of the formation, they don't even need some bullshit Liao River's water to destroy the entire longevity town. Why did they take off their pants to fart? Could it be, this longevity town is hiding some secret? Did I block a disaster for them? Woo! That midget waved his hand, easily throwing the giant sea beast to the side. A few sea beasts immediately caught it. Immediately after, the midget loudly shouted a few times. Woo woo! The entire Liao River was surging with wind and clouds as hundreds of hurricanes were born. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed toward the surface of the river. Then, a blue light flashed repeatedly on the surface of the river. The hundreds of huge sea beasts transformed into 3 tall giants one by one. However, although these giants had armor on their bodies and looked incomparably brave, their eyes were not as shrewd as the sea beasts from before. GGGG. That midget casually ordered a few more times. Those 100 burly men roared in unison, then scattered towards the edge of the water wall. At the same time, the hundreds of people in the team also waved their banners, and even the sound of war drums could be heard, as if they were eager to give it a try. Senior Xiao. That Li Mo Ming was very anxious. Without even reporting to Mo Jianli, he hurriedly shouted, "These sea beasts are going to activate the restriction and flood the longevity town. What are they going to do? Why do they want to flood the longevity town?" When Xiao Hua heard, he was also very anxious. He didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, his figure flew up and rushed towards the floor of the restriction. Chimpage. This time, Xiao Hua understood. He coldly snorted like a human. He saw the dwarf raise his head and casually wave his hand. A blue brilliance appeared on the surface of the water and rushed towards him. It looked like a very ordinary radiance. Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and his face was filled with shock. Without thinking, he waved his hand and similarly threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble. Sure enough, every trace of that blue brilliance contained an enormous amount of power. As soon as it came into contact with Xiao Hua's fireball talisman, it immediately exploded, and the air within a radius of several tens of meters surged. Mo Jianli and the others naturally could not stay in the vicinity. They hurriedly dodged. As for Xiao Hua, he was also blocked outside the restrictive spell. Chirp 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 chirp. Seeing Xiao Hua block his brilliance, the dwarf unconsciously raised his eyebrows and cried out. "I don't understand. Don't just blabber." Xiao Hua sneered and raised his voice to speak to the pygmy chicken and duck. "Senior." Li Mo Ming was brought over from afar by Mo Jianli. He shouted, "He's asking you, if you killed his subordinates." "Oh, answer him." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "If he wants revenge, then come at me. However, I still have to ask him who they are." "Oh, what kind of water clan are they? Why did they use so much strength to flood Longevity Town?" Yes. If it was any other question, Li Mo Ming would naturally have answered. However, this involved killing. If he was not careful, it would bring disaster to Xiao Hua. Li Mo Ming did not dare to be careless. He could only ask Xiao Hua first. Now that he received Xiao Hua's permission, he immediately shouted. Sure enough, this time, the dwarf spoke. However, looking at Li Mo Ming's helpless expression, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. These water clan were definitely not the brainless trash that he thought. It was not difficult for him to show a bit of sincerity. They would not answer honestly. Sure enough, Li Mo Ming said awkwardly, "Senior, this person only said he took your head, then he will answer. Then let him come and take it tilde." Xiao Hua waved his hand without hesitation. As long as he has the ability, let him come. Yes, Li Mo Ming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. This kind of courage was definitely something he couldn't reach. That dwarf seemed to be somewhat impatient. He casually dealt with Li Mo Ming while commanding his own team. Senior. Li Mo Ming smiled and said, "That person asked you to send your head over yourself. Okay, I will go over now." Xiao Hua nodded. "You all, if you can't, then leave early. From the looks of it, these water clan do not intend to keep you all. If Senior does not leave, then we will not leave either." Mo Jianli replied indifferently. He turned and said, "Mo Ming, you all leave. We have already done our best." Xing Chen was somewhat unwilling. He turned and looked at the chaotic longevity town. His gaze seemed to be somewhat expectant. He then said, "This monk will also accompany Senior Xiao." "Haha, good." Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the heaven leveling staff again. He laughed and said, "Let me see what kind of methods these water clan have." "Senior." Li Mo Ming suddenly said. Junior just vaguely heard something. "They seem to be looking for someone." "Looking for someone?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He stopped and said, "They need to flood Longevity Town to find someone?" Xiao Hua asked back. Li Mo Ming's face turned red. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Senior, disciple." Disciple only vaguely heard it. "I am not sure. Ian, if you don't leave, then slowly listen." Xiao Hua nodded. "I will go and meet this person. However, you all wait. Sai, if you can leave, then leave. I am afraid that I am unable to protect you all now. Moreover, if you all leave, you can save one or two people." After speaking, Xiao Hua no longer paid attention to them. He activated his flying talisman and rushed into the water wall's restriction. Seeing Xiao Hua enter, that dwarf sneered and did not stop him. "You brat." Once Xiao Hua rushed into the water wall, he did not say anything. He waved his hand and the heaven leveling staff was raised. With a roar, it flew towards the dwarf. Hee. The dwarf seemed to not have expected Xiao Hua to come so quickly. He had not finished arranging some orders. However, he did not seem to care. He sneered and clapped his hand. Similarly, a halberd-like weapon appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, his figure flew up from the seahorse. He stepped on a water-like cloud and met Xiao Hua head-on. The first time was always a test, so Xiao Hua didn't dodge. He was extremely confident in his own heaven-leveling rod and strength. Boom! An intense rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Not only did it deafen everyone's ears, even the water of the Liao River, which was originally surging violently, was set off by violent waves. At the same time, one of the two figures that were charging at each other was actually sent flying. What made Xing Chen and the others' eyeballs almost fall out was that the figure that was sent flying was Xiao Hua, and not that 3 feet tall dwarf. Xiao Hua, who had the strength of 10,000 catties and the heaven leveling staff was extremely heavy, was actually not a match for this dwarf. Damn it! Is he still human? Xiao Hua himself was also shaken to the point of dizziness. His arms were sore and numb. He was practically shaking his heavy head as he thought in disbelief. Ayo, this Xiao was really wrong. This guy. I'm afraid he's not human. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. He should also be a member of the water clan. Moreover, he should be a transformed water clan. Senior, be careful. Mo Jianli's voice was extremely anxious. Xiao Hua was startled when he heard it. He quickly scanned with his divine sense. Sure enough, that dwarf had turned into a water-like light again. He quickly passed through the waves of water. In a few breaths, he had already arrived near Xiao Hua. This kind of battle tactic was previously used by Xiao Hua to kill other cultivators. Now, the water clan was using it to deal with Xiao Hua. How could Xiao Hua not know the strength of this dwarf? However, he could only clench his teeth and wave the heaven leveling staff again. He activated the flying talisman to stabilize his body and began to fight with this dwarf. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's ethereal steps did not require too much transcendence energy. That heaven leveling staff technique was also very mysterious. Even if his strength was not as strong as that dwarf, he could still hold on for a few rounds. As the dwarf and Xiao Hua fought to a draw, the water clan above Liao River had already begun to move. First, hundreds of giant water clan transformed into burly men and lined up behind the water wall, covering a range of several dozen li. Then, these water clans spat out demonic chi from their mouths, which gradually melted into the restriction. The water wall began to leak out. The water wall within several dozen li was even more turbulent than a flood that broke through a dam. It surged towards Longevity Town. Xiao Hua looked at this water wall. He was really furious in his heart. He wished he could beat this dwarf into meat paste with his staff. Since his heart was sluggish, Xiao Hua could not avoid being found a flaw by the dwarf. The sky pisser swept over, forcing Xiao Hua to raise his staff to meet it. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Xiao Hua's figure was smashed into the water. Ha 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 ha. That dwarf seemed to be extremely happy. He did not chase after Xiao Hua and only loudly ordered his subordinates. Those fish, prawns, and other creatures that were waving banners actually crossed the water wall and flew towards Longevity Town. Stop! Mo Jianli, who had been enduring all this time, could no longer bear it. He waved his hand and took out a book from his chest. He angrily said, I am Chongyun Sect's Mo Jianli. This Longevity Town is where my Longevity Academy is located. If you all take even half a step, this Mo will not be polite anymore. Unfortunately, even though Li Mo Ming was at the side speaking, those prawn soldiers and crab generals did not care at all. Forget it, Tilda. Mo Jianli angrily roared. The book in his hand rushed into the air. Then, he pointed his finger. A ray of sword light hit the book. Woo woo. A gust of wind rolled up. That book slowly opened in the air. Inscriptions on armor flew out from the book and hit the prawn soldiers and crab generals like hailstones. Accompanying these inscriptions was an indescribable spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. A series of sounds rang out. Dozens of prawn soldiers and crab generals flashed with blue water light. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Ka! A crisp sound rang out. Several water pillars that were thicker than buckets rushed from Liaojiang's side and hit the book. The book closed with a shua sound and fell from the air. Pu Mo Jianli spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dispirited. He hurriedly caught the book. -11. Chapter 32:18. Wu tilde with a loud sound, a water column soared into the sky. At the top of the water column, Xiao Hua rushed out of the river with an angry expression. He looked at Mo Jianli and shouted, Fellow Daoist Mo. You should hurry and save the villagers before these fishes and shrimps. Without waiting for Mo Jianli to speak, he roared again, Fight with me for another 300 round. As he spoke, he waved the heaven leveling staff again. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge at all and directly smashed towards the dwarf. Roar tilde that dwarf also roared. He waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to disperse. He himself also waved the sky pisser and flew towards Xiao Hua. Boom boom boom. After several consecutive head-on clashes, Xiao Hua was sent flying every time. However, every time, Xiao Hua would fly back bravely. This made the dwarf a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. In his impression, this kind of brave general who didn't care about his life seemed to be really rare. Unfortunately, this dwarf still overestimated the stingy Xiao Hua. At this moment, Xiao Hua was laughing loudly in his heart. Damn it, I spent a lot of effort to refine the earth crystal yarrow milk in my body, but the results weren't good. I didn't expect that every time I hit it, the earth crystal yarrow milk in my body would be shaken loose. Refining it would be much easier. Looks like I have to let this guy hit me a few more times. If this sky pisser hits my body, wouldn't the results be better? However, looking at the glittering sky pisser, Xiao Hua didn't dare to test it with his life. Boom! Like a dam bursting, the water wall finally collapsed completely. The entire Liao River's water suddenly poured into Longevity Town. The scene was comparable to the heavenly river falling into the mortal world. I'll beat you to death, you monster. When Xiao Hua heard this, he thought of the pitiful little floating corpse in the water. His eyes turned red. This was hundreds of thousands of lives. They were going to die in the water just like that. Xiao Hua roared and attacked the dwarf. He was powerless to save these mortals. He could only use his own strength to kill this dwarf. With this attack, all the distracting thoughts from before disappeared. Boom! Although Xiao Hua's anger soared to the sky, his strength was still much weaker than the dwarf. In the end, ideals and hatred couldn't replace cultivation. He was still sent flying. When Xiao Hua was sent flying, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. GGGG. Seeing Xiao Hua being sent flying again, the dwarf shouted loudly. Then, he pointed at the water wall, and then at Li Mo Ming. Mo Jianli and the others had already left to save the mortals in the village. Li Mo Ming was still guarding the place. Beside Li Mo Ming, Xing Chen and the other 3 monks did not leave. They took out their alms bowls, which emitted Buddhist light and covered the river water. The river water was attracted by the Buddhist light and was sucked into the alms bowls. Senior. Li Mo's voice was heard. The water tribe said that they saw you risking your life. They said that their purpose was to come to the Longevity Town to find their princess. Their princess ended up in Longevity Town. She used to have some aura, but now she's gone. Princess. Xiao Hua sneered. Why are they looking for the princess? Could it be that their princess needs to rely on water to distinguish? Oh, I understand now. Xiao Hua suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted in his heart, is she, the little sister that Liu Yi took in? The one called Xiao Yun. I seem to have put a yellow talisman on her. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly wanted to use the flying talisman to return to the River Tide Temple. However, right now, the wall of water was even more majestic than the peak of the flood. Even if Xiao Hua went back and found Xiao Yun, he was afraid that the entire Longevity Town would have been completely submerged by the river, right? When Xiao Hua saw the alms bowls of Xing Chen and the others, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Li Mo Ming, quickly go to the River Tide Temple. The princess they're looking for is there, the girl in the wooden barrel. Ah! Li Mo Ming was shocked, then he became ecstatic and shouted at the dwarf. Unfortunately, the dwarf did not pay attention to him and only stared at Xiao Hua like a tiger watching its prey. Li Mo Ming looked at the flood that had already passed 3 li. How could he dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged his sword to fly towards the River Tide Temple. Although the River Tide Temple was beside the Liao River, it was still several li away from this location. Fight tilde Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He raised the heaven leveling staff and charged at the dwarf again. The dwarf was naturally not afraid. The heaven leveling staff and the sky pisser collided again, but this time it seemed to be different. When Xiao Hua touched the sky pisser, his figure immediately flew back and rushed into the river water, disappearing in an instant. Oh! The dwarf was stunned, but he did not care. He swept with his origin will and looked in the direction of the Longevity Town. Amitabha! A loud and clear Buddhist chant came from another direction, and then a simple Buddhist sense swept out, martial ancestor. When Xing Chen sensed this Buddhist sense, his tears were about to fall. He persevered for so long, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Wasn't it because he was still hoping for a fluke in his heart, waiting for this Buddhist sect expert to appear for a fleeting moment in the morning? However, when Xing Chen looked in the direction of the voice, he was stunned again. He saw a cultivator wearing strange clothes, holding a small bottle in his hand, flying over from the waves. It was not the monk wearing a kasaya he expected. This person's face is so familiar. Xing Chen was bewildered. He looked at Xiao Hua's changed face and thought very strangely, but where has disciple seen this martial ancestor before? Ever since Xiao Hua sent the Buddha Ara into his Niwan palace, his telekinesis could freely form Buddhist seals in his hands. He no longer had to use his hands to disguise himself and activate the Buddha Ara outside his Niwan palace. At this time, after changing his face, he immediately took out the water bottle from the Buddha Ara in his Niwan palace and held it in his right palm. That water bottle still had the willow branch inserted into it. My Buddha is merciful, excellent, excellent. Xiao Hua raised his left hand and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, with a wave of his hand, the water bottle emitted a faint Buddhist light and rushed into the air. At the same time, Xiao Hua's hands formed seals. One after another, Buddhist seals rushed out of his palm and landed on the water bottle. GGGG. That dwarf was extremely puzzled. He looked at the direction Xiao Hua disappeared in and then looked at the familiar Xiao Hua. He scratched his head in bewilderment and opened his mouth to shout. Unfortunately, Li Mo was not here at this time. No one knew what he was saying. Woo! A gust of wind came out of the water bottle. This gust of wind, under the control of Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense, immediately covered a radius of several dozen li. Withdraw. Xiao Hua's tongue was like spring thunder. His hands slowly formed Buddhist seals and slowly hit the water bottle. A huge suction force came out along with the gust of wind. Like a huge tentacle, it covered the river water within several dozen li. Then, with a strong grab, all of the river water rushed toward the water bottle with this force. Thump 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 thump. A burst of drum-like sounds came out from Xiao Hua's Niwen Palace. The Buddha Sarira in the Linglong Pagoda started to vibrate rapidly, as if it was a heartbeat. After that, it started to shrink rapidly, and the Buddha aura around it also became abnormally dim. Clearly, Xiao Hua's telekinesis was not enough to completely unleash the power of the water bottle. Even the Buddha Sarira was somewhat damaged. But fortunately, the Buddha Sarira's Buddhist light dimmed. The exquisite pagoda emitted a myriad of scattered lights that slowly fell on the Buddha Sarira. The Buddha Sarira sent out a faint Buddhist sense, and the Buddhist fire also sent out a continuous stream of telekinesis. Amitabha, disciple Xing Chen of the Yunlin Temple greets Grandmaster. Xing Chen chanted the name of Buddha. He actually knelt down in the air and said loudly, "Disciple represents the 160,000 people of Longevity Town to thank Grandmaster for his great kindness." Amitabha, disciple thanks Grandmaster for his great kindness. Xing Kong and the rest also chanted the name of Buddha and knelt down in the air. The four people's voices were extremely loud, like thunder in the sky. It directly shook the ears of everyone within several li looking at that posture. It was as if they used all of their cultivation on this lion roar. They were afraid that the people of Longevity Town would not be able to hear it. The Buddhist sect's divine ability was indeed impressive. When the lion's roar landed in their ears, everyone who panicked and lost their sense of propriety calmed down for a moment. It was also at this moment that they saw from high up in the sky, Xiao Hua's solemn and dignified expression, that shocking scene. The river water that was enough to engulf the entire Longevity Town was like a sparkling trapped dragon that was captured by Xiao Hua's compassionate eyes and obediently kept into that ordinary-looking small bottle in front of her. Inside the small bottle, the willow branch was calm. The green on the willow branch made people feel like they were reborn. Amitabha. An old man knelt down on the ground and kowtowed towards Xiao Hua. 2, 3, 10, dozens, hundreds of villagers all knelt down. Moreover, this kind of piety was like a kind of wind, rapidly blowing from Longevity Town to every corner. Thousands, tens of thousands, these people who were originally at the end of their rope in despair, when they saw a chance of survival, which one of them did not have a kind of absolute trust? Which one of them did not offer their purest piety to this great divine ability in front of them? Which one of them did not place their hopes of survival on this brave person who bravely stepped forward? Woo! A sound like a dragon's roar sounded. The suction force of the clear water bottle suddenly doubled. The river water that had already rushed out for several li was suddenly sucked back into the clear water bottle. Sigh. I see. How could Xiao Hua's telekinesis be so powerful? However, the telekinesis of tens of thousands of people, the power of faith of hundreds of thousands of people was enough to ignite the Buddhist fire in Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira. It was enough to double the telekinesis of Xiao Hua's Buddha seal. GGGG. Seeing Xiao Hua take out a Buddhist artifact, the dwarf seemed to have understood something. His face became solemn, and he waved his hand, putting away the sky pisser. Then, he shouted a few words in a loud and solemn voice. He grabbed downwards with his hand, and a blue brilliance fell towards the river water below his feet. The moment it touched the river water, it immediately rippled, and in an instant, it extended for dozens of li. Roar! The dwarf roared loudly. He raised his hand, as if he was lifting a heavy object. The water of Liao River suddenly rose by more than 10 zhong. -11. Chapter 32:19. Ka. The dwarf let out a strange cry again. The brilliance around his body flashed rapidly, and a water dragon that was even larger than the water dragon on Xiao Hua's clear water bottle pounced out from the dwarf's hands, charging towards the clear water bottle. Motherfucker, I won't make a fool of myself, right? How could Xiao Hua not know that his disguise had been seen through by this midget? He was afraid that this midget would think that he wanted to compete with him in terms of divine abilities. That was why he put away his sky pisser and wanted to use the water from Liao River to break his water bottle to compete with him. However, Xiao Hua had previously used the clear water bottle to collect innate true water, but he didn't collect so much river water. At that time, collecting innate true water was as easy as lifting one's hand. This river water had already reached Xiao Hua's limit, and with the addition of the dwarf's river water, how could Xiao Hua withstand it? However, if Xiao Hua didn't accept the dwarf's challenge, this river water would probably be even more powerful than the previous river water, right? Looking at the people of Longevity Town kneeling on the ground and the faint power of faith, Xiao Hua sighed, Amitabha, if there is a netherworld, I will go first, if there is bliss, I will go last, if I don't save the people, I will waste my time, if there is a disaster today, I will bear it. If I don't enter the sea of bitterness, who will? Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, the huge river water rushed down majestically, smashing onto Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness. That Buddhist consciousness was originally invisible, but now that he was controlling the clear water bottle, it was one with the Buddhist light. Under the impact of the river water, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness was severely injured. Pfff, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which landed on the clear water bottle. Xiao Hua's body trembled, and the Buddhist light around him swayed at the same time, like a dim light that was about to be extinguished in the wind at any time. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. Xing Chen, Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan were shocked. They hurriedly urged their psychokinesis, throwing out forearms bowls, which landed around Xiao Hua's body. As they chanted, the weak Buddhist light rushed into Xiao Hua's body. Merciful Buddha, save the Buddhist sect in distress. Seeing the imminent danger, the hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town who had already prostrated themselves were all anxious. They chanted the name of Buddha and kowtowed to the ground. Forget it. Xiao Hua saw that the Buddhist light of his Buddha Sarira was somewhat dim and the power of thought he sent out was already weak. He couldn't help but sigh and make a decision in his heart. Why is this Xiao so unlucky? Tao sect's cultivation has yet to recover. Now, only the 4th grade Buddha relic is intact. Just now, I revealed my Buddhist cultivation and the clear water bottle could not control it. Today, I can only abandon this Buddha relic and use this relic to exchange for karma to see if it can support the clear water bottle. Since he had made his decision, Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira came out of the exquisite pagoda. Just as the Sarira rushed out of his Niwan palace, a loud and clear sound suddenly resounded in the heaven and earth. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came out as heavenly flowers sprinkled down one after another. One after another, beautiful heavenly maidens danced in the void. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Namo Buddha. Nan couldn't. Namo monk. It was because of the Buddha. Fate with Buddha. Buddhism and Dharma were interrelated. I am always happy and quiet. I read Guanyin Bodhisattva in the morning. I read Guanyin Bodhisattva in the evening. Thoughts arise from the heart. Chanting Buddha without leaving one's heart. Tian Luo Shen. Di Luo Shen. Separation is difficult. Difficult to leave. All calamities turn to dust. Namo Moha Prajna Paramita. Every word and sentence was like a murmuring stream that fell into everyone's ears along with the Sanskrit chant. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Everyone was enlightened and chanted along with the Sanskrit chants. Strands of thought power turned into gossamer threads and rushed into Xiao Hua's Buddha relic. The Buddha relic that was already preparing to melt gradually gave off a Buddhist light. Chirp chirp. In the distance, when the dwarf saw this, hesitation appeared on his face. He looked at the clear water bottle that seemed like it could hold all rivers in the sea. Although the item's Buddhist light was still trembling, under the clear water bottle, Xiao Hua's hands that were forming seals had already stabilized. The faint Buddhist light seemed to flicker eternally. Although Xiao Hua's compassionate eyes didn't look at him, When his gaze swept past, it seemed like those eyes could see through him. Roar! In the instant the dwarf hesitated, a strange roar that seemed to come from some inexplicable source came from the Sanskrit chants. The heavenly maiden who had just said that she was bare-handed and barefooted suddenly turned into a myriad of demons. These demons were grotesquely shaped, ferocious, and pounced towards Xiao Hua with their bloody mouths. Pu. Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Xing Chen, who was prostrating at the side, almost shouted with an incredulous voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Grandmaster wants to attain Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Attain fruit. When Xiao Hua heard this, he wasn't surprised. He had heard Han Zhu talk about attaining fruit in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Of course, he had also heard this during the battle with the demons. However, he had never thought that he would be able to attain fruit when he had just cultivated to the Forkai golden body. In particular, he didn't know anything about attaining fruit. What did he have to pay attention to in attaining fruit? He didn't know anything about the benefits of attaining fruit. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was now a senior of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally couldn't ask about this kind of thing. The most important thing was that he was doing his best to support the clear water bottle and collect the river water that was rushing into the longevity town. He simply didn't have the spare energy to ask anything. He could only blindly persist. However, looking at Xing Chen's extremely envious gaze, Xiao Hua also knew that he had encountered a good thing. Since it was a good thing, then what was the point of asking? Unfortunately, at this moment, clang! The sound of a sword rang out. In the distance, Mo Jianli activated the sword light and flew over with a little girl in his hand. He was still shouting, "The princess is here, the princess is here." Whoosh! Without waiting for Mo Jianli to fly closer, the dwarf waved his hand. A long aqua-blue arm grew out from under his body and fell into Mo Jianli's hand like a waterfall. In an instant, it took the girl away. The action was so fast that Mo Jianli couldn't react at all. When the girl fell into the dwarf's hand, the dwarf opened his mouth and roared into the sky. It was really a sound that shook the 9 heavens. Then, with another wave of his hand, thousands of light threads flew out from his body and fell on the Liao River. Whoosh! Like the falling tide, the river water that was rushing towards Xiao Hua's clear water bottle immediately fell into the Liao River. Strangely, as soon as the river water retreated, the demon that was rushing towards Xiao Hua immediately changed its face and turned into a heavenly girl. However, the heavenly girl and the heavenly flower only lasted for a few breaths, then gradually disappeared. The chanting also disappeared at the same time. What a pity! Xing Chen couldn't help but moan. He called out with great regret, "Grandmaster only needs the Tianmo test to achieve the fruit." Then, he turned around and looked at Mo Jianli. His gaze almost pierced Mo Jianli into 1,000 holes. Amitabha, good Tilda Xiao Hua also felt sorry in his heart, but he didn't take it to heart. He murmured and activated the clear water bottle again, not daring to neglect it. The dwarf took the girl and slowly fell into the river. The shrimp and crab soldiers that rushed into the immortal town waved their flags and flew back. At the same time, the hundreds of giant sea beasts that turned into burly men slowly turned into members of the water tribe. The water of the Liao River also slowly fell back. Grandmaster! Seeing that the matter was over, Xing Chen still knelt on the ground. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Disciple dares to ask for Grandmaster's name. May I know?" When Xing Chen said this, Mo Jianli beside him looked as if he had seen a ghost. He said hurriedly, "Sea God my lord." "Ah! Sea God my lord of the River Tide Temple?" All of a sudden, Xing Chen was also shocked. Although he had never been to the Rivertide Temple, when he discovered Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness in the early morning, he also used his Buddhist consciousness to explore the Rivertide Temple. Naturally, he also saw the golden body of the sea god, but it was in a hurry, so he couldn't remember it clearly. Now that Mo Jianli called him, Xing Chen immediately remembered. As for Mo Jianli, naturally, because Li Mo knew that his flying speed was not as fast as Mo Jianli's, Mo Jianli told Xiao Hua's words to Mo Jianli. It was the golden body that Mo Jianli saw in the main hall when he rode his sword to the Rivertide Temple. Ha ha ha! Amitabha! Xiao Hua saw the water of the Liao River recede rapidly. He clasped his hands together and smiled. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Then, he pointed at the clear water vase. The Buddhist artifact fell into his hand. His body slowly flew into the distance. Mars. Grandmaster. Xingchen was about to call out when he saw Xiao Hua forming a seal with both hands. The word Lin emerged from his Buddhist seal and spread out in all directions. Xingchen's expression immediately changed. 9 words mantra. My Buddha is merciful. The 9 words mantra has descended upon the hidden immortal continent. Guanyin Bodhisattva, merciful salvation. Disciple respectfully sends Bodhisattva off. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Xingchen's voice was so loud, and he used the lion's roar. Many villagers in Longevity Town heard him, and they all chanted Bodhisattva's name. Mo Jianli frowned, but when he saw Xiao Hua's figure getting farther and farther away, he also lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hua didn't achieve Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. Xingchen said that because he had other intentions. When Xiao Hua's figure finally disappeared, Xingchen didn't dare to use his Buddha's awareness. Mo Jianli and the others didn't dare to use their divine sense either. Mo Jianli looked around and asked curiously, fellow immortal Xingchen, where is Senior Xiao? Sigh, Senior Xiao was defeated by the water tribe. He was shot down from the Liao River before Bodhisattva arrived. Xingchen said indifferently, he hasn't shown up for so long. I'm afraid he's dead. Senior. Mo Jianli was anxious. He used the eye-clearing technique and looked at the Liao River. At the same time, he sent a message to Li Moming and the others to search for Xiao Hua together. Xingchen's face carried a hint of arrogance. He looked at the panicking and praying townspeople in the distance, then lowered his head to look at the place that had been flooded by the river water. He waved his hand and said, Xing Kong, one of you 3 will return to Xiao Jin Temple and inform Ming Yu of the situation here. Have him send out disciples to calm the townspeople down. The 2 of you will patrol the area and see if there are any water tribe hiding or bandits making trouble in the chaos. Grandmaster C.I. Hang defeated the water tribe. Our Buddhism sect has blessed Longevity Town. Don't let this blessing turn into water. I'll accompany you to search for Senior Xiao of Taoism. -11. Chapter 32:20. Yes, disciple understands. Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan bowed in the air, their faces full of pride. Yes, raising a hand to save 100,000 lives, only half a step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, this was definitely rare even in the Western paradise, let alone in the hidden immortal continent where Confucianism flourished. Moreover, Xing Kong and the others were able to witness this grand occasion of attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. It was also greatly beneficial to their own cultivation. How could they not be excited? Taking a step back, the merit of saving 100,000 lives, whether it was Xing Chen or Xing Kong and the others, they could all get a little bit of it. When they returned to the Cloud Forest Temple, they might even be sent to the Western paradise to be recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. Seeing the 3 of them leave, Xing Chen smiled and urged his body to fly towards Liaojiang. He already understood in his heart that regardless of Xiao Hua's life or death, Taoism had already been defeated. Jiang Chao Temple would definitely not exist in Longevity Town in the future. Not only that, Longevity Academy, which was previously so powerful that Xiao Jin Temple could not shake before, would definitely not be Xiao Jin Temple's opponent in the future. Just now, at the critical moment, Xing Chen easily sensed the power of the 100,000 lives. This kind of the purest worship and piety from the heart had been deeply engraved in the hearts of the 100,000 villagers of Longevity Town. In the future, they would definitely abandon Confucianism and enter Buddhism. Whenever there was any danger, they would think of the scene of Xiao Hua holding a bottle to save the lives of the people. The image of Xiao Hua, that Buddhist cultivator C.I. Hang, would also appear in their hearts. It is also because of the instantaneous convergence of the power of the 100,000 lives that Grandmaster C.I. Hang attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Thinking of the grand occasion just now, Xing Chen could not help but feel regretful. This kind of opportunity. How many times can one encounter it in one's life? What a pity. If Mo Genli did not come to make trouble, my Western paradise would have another bodhisattva. Hateful. Could it be that Mo Genli did it on purpose? Even if he came a moment later, Liao Jiang would still be taken into the Buddhist artifact by Grandmaster, and would not cause any damage to Longevity Town. If Grandmaster C.I. Hang missed this opportunity, I don't know when he would encounter such an opportunity again. Thinking of this, Xing Chen was suddenly stunned again. He sucked in a cold breath and frowned. That's not right. The lives of the 100,000 lives are indeed heavy, but it's impossible to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in one go. For an ordinary disciple of Buddhism, a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit is already very good. Why did Grandmaster C.I. hang suddenly? Could it be? Where is Senior Xiao? Where is Senior Xiao? Just as Xing Chen was feeling a little shocked, a hoarse voice came from not too far away. Xing Chen looked up and saw that it was Chongyun sect's Li Moming. Senior Xiao is the one who saved the calamity today. If it wasn't for him taking in the princess of the Water Clan, if it wasn't for him blocking the attack of the Water Clan, Li Moming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. The anxious look on his face was definitely not fake. Ahem. Xing Chen coughed lightly and said, "It's too early to talk about this now. Let's find Senior Xiao as soon as possible." Li Moming bit his lips and glanced at Xing Chen with some resentment. However, he flew toward Liao Jiang without another word. Martial nephews. Xing Chen looked at Ji Dong and Qiu Jian, who had just arrived, and said, "Mr. Mo and I are enough. You should hurry up and help the villagers in Longevity Town. They still don't know that the crisis is over. I'm afraid they'll stir up trouble again." Ji Dong and Qiu Jian gave each other a look, and then said with a smile, "There are government officers and soldiers in the town, as well as martial nephews and junior brothers from Little Gold Temple, and even more so my Long Life Academy's 100 disciples. There is no need for us to go, right? Right now, we should focus on finding Senior Xiao of Jiang Chao Temple. He's the one who saved the calamity after all." Then, without waiting for Xing Chen to say anything, the two of them cupped their fists and hurriedly flew to Liao Jiang. Under Mo Genli's command, they split up and searched in the depths of Liao Jiang. "Amitabha, fellow immortal Mo." Xing Chen flew over and said in a low voice, "Where should I go to find him?" "Fellow immortal Xing Chen." Mo Genli's face had a trace of sadness. He pointed to the left and said, "I've already looked around here. There's no trace of Senior Xiao. When they were fighting, I wasn't near here. Fellow immortal, did you see where Senior Xiao's body flew after he was defeated?" Xing Chen thought for a while and pointed in a direction, saying, "It should be that place. However, I was also using my mental force to absorb the river water with my Buddhist artifact. I didn't look carefully. Besides." Then, Xing Chen hesitated and said, "Senior Xiao killed many members of the Water Tribe and was regarded as a great enemy by the Water Tribe. Senior Xiao couldn't defeat that dwarf. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be severely injured. Although Ancestor C.I. Hang showed up in the nick of time, Senior Xiao fell into the water. The Water Tribe is ferocious and cruel. Senior Xiao is probably dead. Alas." At this moment, Liao Jiang was very murky. Sand and sand were floating in the air, and there were even some remains and dead trees that were washed back from Longevity Town. Moreover, the current was still turbulent, far more tranquil than before. Mo Genli looked at the shadows in front of Liao Jiang and sighed, "Although I don't want to be too optimistic, Senior Xiao stood out bravely in the face of so many barbaric members of the Water Tribe. If he didn't attract the attention of the Water Tribe, how could we wait for Senior C.I. Hang of the Buddhist sect? Therefore, if we can't find Spiritual Master Xiao's trace, even if we can't find his remains, we can't give an explanation to Jiang Chao Temple and the villagers of Longevity Town, can we? Besides, the most important thing is, I can't give myself an explanation." Mo Genli looked away from the river, looked into Xing Chen's eyes and said word by word, "Indeed." Xing Chen avoided Mo Genli's aggressive eyes and said, "I think so too. Let's split up and search. We'll go into Liao Jiang and check. I hope Those water tribe members won't spoil Senior Xiao's remains. Okay. Mo Jianli didn't want to argue with Xing Chen. He only felt that Xing Chen was too arbitrary and subjective. After nodding, he pointed again and said, "Fellow immortal, go over there. I'll go in the opposite direction." Okay. Xing Chen didn't say much. He followed Mo Jianli's finger and flew into Liaojiang. He released his Buddhist awareness to check carefully. The winner takes all, the loser takes all. Mo Jianli sighed as he flew. Senior Xiao was brave, but he was defeated by the water tribe. Even if he did make some contributions, they are all gone now. Today, the Buddhist sect won a great victory and took in 100,000 disciples. Longevity Academy will be in a difficult situation in the future. In the depths of Liaojiang, the waves were more rapid and there were more and more debris. Most of them were big and small planks. It seemed that many boats on Liaojiang were destroyed by the water tribe. Mo Jianli bit his lips. He didn't know if Longevity Town was the only one attacked by the water tribe or if other places were also attacked by the water tribe. Hum. A sharp sword sound came from afar. Oh! Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Indeed, he saw a familiar sword light soaring into the sky a few miles downstream of Liao River. Okay. Mo Jianli didn't dare to be careless. He stepped on his flying sword and flew towards the sword light. At the same time, he used the eye-clearing technique. He was eager to know whether Xiao Hua was alive or not. Seeing Mo Jianli fly away, Xing Chen was also shocked. A cloud appeared under his feet and he followed Mo Jianli. He also released his Buddhist awareness. When the two of them saw Li Moming and Ji Dong supporting the drenched Xiao Hua and flying over at almost the same time, the feeling in their hearts changed again. Xiao Hua, who was being supported by Li Moming, looked extremely tired and powerless. However, there was a trace of a smile on his pale face, as if he already knew that the tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town had managed to escape with their lives. Mo Jianli smiled from the bottom of his heart. He shouted from afar, "Senior Xiao, Mo Ming said that you fainted in the river. If you weren't caught by a rock, who knows how far you would have fallen. How are your injuries? Longevity Town is safe now. The 100,000 people of Longevity Town thank you for your protection." Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. He looked at the two people beside him and said, "If I wasn't injured, why would I need the help of two juniors?" However, this old man has already heard from Mo Ming that immortal friend Mo brought that princess out of the tidal river temple and returned her to the water tribe. This is all thanks to immortal friend Mo. Mo Jianli didn't answer. He carefully took out a jade box and handed it to Xiao Hua. He said, "Senior Xiao, this is the healing medicine of Chongyun sect. I'm afraid it can't be compared to your Taoist golden core. However, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Oh, medicine. Very good. When Xiao Hua saw this, he received it with a smile. After opening it, he saw a few black and fragrant pills inside. With a slight sniff, he naturally knew that the main ingredients inside were ordinary healing spiritual herbs. Without any hesitation, he took one out and ate it. He even said, "This poor Daoist is embarrassingly short on money, how could I have any golden pills?" This poor Daoist appreciates fellow Daoist Mo's kind intentions. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony, Mo Jianli was very happy. He said in a low voice, "This is just an ordinary pill. If Senior's injuries are too serious, please go to Longevity Academy to rest. Junior will send people back to Chongyun sect, no need." Xiao Hua waved his hand and kept the jade box. He said, "I'm just a little tired. When I was fighting with the dwarf, I was injured by his huge strength and fainted. I only have some internal injuries. Mo Ming's pill is useless. Soon, I will be able to move freely." Very good, very good. Mo Jianli was even happier. At this time, Xing Chen also rushed over and bowed respectfully to Xiao Hua. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said proudly, "Xing Chen, when we were fighting in the arena, you and I made it clear that whoever could save the most villagers in Longevity Town would be the winner. Now, I fought the water tribe and found the princess they were looking for. The hundreds of thousands of people of Longevity Town were saved by me. Your Xiao Jin temple has loss. -11. Chapter 32:21. He. Xing Chen glanced at Mo Jianli, who was standing to the side with an unpleasant expression, and said with a faint smile, Senior Xiao fought the water tribe with all his might, and in the end, he even found the princess that the water tribe was looking for. Let alone the hundreds of thousands of villagers in Longevity Town, even the little Golden Temple and Longevity Academy would like to thank you. No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I was just passing by the Longevity Town. It doesn't matter if the people of the Longevity Town remember me or not. The Xiao Jin Temple only needs to remember the bet and leave the Longevity Town. However, Xing Chen smiled again and said, Senior, you did protect the Longevity Town, but how many villagers did you save? Senior, you might not have saved more than the disciples of the Buddhist sect. As for the winner of the bet, hehe, I won't talk about it. Fellow Immortal Mo, please be the witness. Ah! Xiao Hua is stunned. He looks at Mo Jianli, whose face is a bit gloomy, and says curiously, although I didn't directly save those villagers, I can't say that I lost to Xingchen because I fought against the aquatic creatures, right? Besides, I found their princess. Didn't that solve the crisis of the Longevity Town? If I can't win, does that mean Xing Chen won? He. Fellow Immortal Xing Chen, Mo Jianli smiled and said, I remember you said that we have to compete with the Daoist sect and the Buddhist sect to save more people, or to see which sect can solve the crisis of the Longevity Town. Whoever wins, right? Xing Chen thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Ancestor Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect saved more than 100,000 villagers of the Longevity Town. Isn't that a victory? I didn't pay attention before, but now I understand. Mo Jianli frowned. Fellow Immortal, you didn't mention the Xiao Jin Temple or the Cloud Forest Temple, but only the Buddhist sect. Did you expect Ancestor Ci Hang to come? That's right. Xing Chen didn't hide it. I sensed Ancestor's Buddhist awareness at dawn, but Fellow Immortal also said that apart from saving the most people, whoever can avert the calamity of the Longevity Town will be the winner. Mo Jianli blandly said, word by word, Elder Xiao put the woman the waterkind were looking for in Jiangchao Temple. If he didn't tell us to send her back to the waterkind, how could this disaster be solved? This. Xing Chen paused, then rolled his eyes. Fellow Immortal Mo, you're wrong. The Tide Temple, the Tide Town, to be honest, the Tide Temple caused the crisis. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was at the river and Tide Temple, how could the Immortal Town be forced by the water tribe? Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple and only Tide Temple only Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide can. Tide Temple and the Tide Temple will be the Chen-ph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and looked at Xing Chen coldly. Xing Chen was so scared that he shrank his neck. Then he clenched his teeth and said, what Junior said is the truth. Many things happened after Senior fainted. You can punish me however you want, but the villagers of the Longevity Town are not blind, deaf and mute. The truth will spread to the country of Xi, and even Yu province. Xiao Hua stared at Xing Chen for half a cup of tea, then flew out from Li Moming and Jidong's support. He looked at Mo Jianli coldly and asked, what happened after I fainted? Who is Ancestor Ci Hang? Mo Jianli felt helpless. He had been thinking about Xing Chen's words over and over again. The root of the crisis of the Longevity Town was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple. The Water Tribe must have sensed the girl's aura in the Longevity Town, so they came to find her. But they couldn't find her anywhere, so they decided to flood the town. It could be said that Xiao Hua called the Water Tribe princess out of the River Tide Temple and solved the crisis. That was what Mo Jianli wanted to say. But the problem was, why was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple? If the Water Tribe princess wasn't in the River Tide Temple and the Longevity Town, this crisis wouldn't have happened. Especially, Mo Jianli had heard from Xing Chen that there was a threat in his words. Xing Chen was saying that he would spread the news that the Water Tribe princess was in the River Tide Temple. Mo Jianli knew that the villagers wouldn't think too much about it. They would only think that the Water Tribe flooded the Longevity Town because of the Water Tribe. That was to say, the River Tide Temple was the one that the Water Tribe wanted to flood, and the Longevity Town was just the fish in the moat. With this misunderstanding, even if the River Tide Temple still existed on the River Tide Ridge, when Xiao Hua left, Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya would be killed by the people of the Longevity Town. Success and failure of the Longevity Town was because of the princess. Mo Jianli said bitterly, "Senior, you don't know." Then, Mo Jianli told Xiao Hua about how Grandmaster C.I. Hang used a water bottle to block the flood of Liao River. Xiao Hua was pretending to be mysterious, but he was also very bitter in his heart. In fact, when he was hiding just now, he had thought things through. Since he showed up with the identity of C.I. Hang from the Buddhism sect, then, the River Tide Temple was bound to lose. He had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. But obviously, it was impossible for him to reveal his cultivation base of Daoist sect and Buddhist sect completely without understanding the situation in the country of Shi and the hidden immortal continent 10 days after he woke up in the Longevity Town. Especially, in these few days, he had seen the grudge between the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. This was the hidden immortal continent. If he revealed his cultivation of Buddhism, he would be a lonely ghost without any background. Wasn't he looking for death? The consequences of exposing himself were more serious than smashing his own foot with a stone. However, in that kind of crisis, when Xiao Hua hadn't recovered his cultivation, how could he not use his cultivation of Buddhism? That was an unavoidable choice. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed, boundless Taoist master, so there was Senior C.I. Hang after me. With such a merciful heart, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives with his own strength. The whole Longevity Town bowed down to him. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Forget it. Xiao Hua's depression was fake, but in fact, it was real. When he was still cultivating in the West Sea, the wishful steel staff could already break the body of a 5th or 6th grade demonic beast. But today, he met a 4th grade elemental energy demonic beast, and he couldn't defeat him. This really made Xiao Hua depressed. Of course, Xiao Hua couldn't use the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique now, so the power of the wishful steel staff was reduced by 40%. Moreover, the 5th or 6th grade demonic beast was only a 3rd grade elemental energy demonic beast. But Xiao Hua, who had always been proud of his strength, couldn't even defeat a 5th grade demonic beast. How could he be happy? Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to admit defeat, Mo Jianli hurriedly said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, although your cultivation is not as good as Senior C.I. Hang's, your contribution is not small either. This matter involves the Little Gold Temple and the Jiangchao Temple. Monk Mingyu and Daoist Xiao are not here. It's useless for us to say more. Let's go back to the Longevity Town and settle the villagers first. It won't be too late for us to discuss this matter." Xing Chen was originally smiling, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He understood that Mo Jianli didn't want to give all the credit to the Buddhism sect. In particular, Mo Jianli wanted to rope in Xiao Hua and didn't want the Jiangchao Temple to leave the Longevity Town. He. Xing Chen didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. That's true. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. This old man is just Jiangcheng City's helper. The outcome of the battle will depend on Xiao Jian's judgment. This battle was also started by him and Ming Yu. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua thought of something and turned to Li Mo Ming. Nephew Li, did you hear anything from these aquatic demonic beasts? Have these aquatic demonic beasts lived in Liao River for a long time? What kind of aquatic demonic beasts is that dwarf? Why is he so powerful? I have some magical powers, but in front of him, I'm really vulnerable. Senior. Li Mo Ming hurriedly said with a smile. Junior only heard some words about princesses and people. Their language is different from the language of ordinary demonic beasts, so they may not be able to understand Junior's word. Oh, by the way, there are 2 demonic characters on their banners, Heavenly Abode. I've never heard of this place in all the demonic realms I know. As for that dwarf, Mo Jianli said with a smile, Senior, you don't have to think too much about it. He must be a demonic beast. However, he has been cultivating for a long time and can already transform. Senior, you must have seen clearly that the legs of that demonic beast are different from those of humans. They are extremely thick and webbed. It's not easy for demonic beasts to cultivate. Their bodies are generally several times stronger than those of humans. Senior, you used the weakness of humans to compete with the strength of demons. Naturally, you will lose. Of course, we didn't expect that you could hold on for so long. Hehe, let's not talk about it. I've already been knocked unconscious. Thinking about it, although this dwarf only had the strength of a 4th grade essence power, his intelligence was much higher than that of old monster Xie. Of course, this dwarf's body must have been tempered. It was normal for him to not be able to defeat him with just his strength. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Without saying anything else, they flew back to Longevity Town. At this time, Longevity Town had gradually regained its peace. Although most of the townspeople had no cultivation, they were different from the townspeople of Dawn Rain Continent. They often saw demonic beasts. It was not that Liao River had not been destroyed by the aquatic demonic beasts before. However, this time, it was too big. The commotion was far greater than before. This made them feel hopeless. Now that the danger was over, most of the townspeople had calmed down. The chaos and disorder that Xiaohua imagined did not appear. Now that the townspeople had settled down, Zhu Junfeng and Zen Master Ming Yu came to greet them separately. The two of them had obviously received the news. Zhu Junfeng's face was a little gloomy, far from the excitement of surviving a calamity. Zen Master Ming Yu's expression was the complete opposite. He also did not have the sorrow that Longevity Town should have. His expression of exultation was obvious even though he did not speak. -11. Chapter 32-22. Has Ancestor Si Hang left? Monk Ming Yu called out as soon as he saw Xing Chen. I wanted to invite him to stay at Xiaojin Temple for 2 days. He is the great benefactor of the town of Longevity. Countless benefactors want to see his face. Amitabha. Ancestor Si Hang is an expert who wants to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Why would he stay at Longevity Town? He must have heard some news, so he hurried over from afar to eliminate the calamity of the Longevity Town. Now that the calamity is over, he must have gone to another place. Xing Chen said faintly. It's a pity that I can't pay my respects to him and see his face. Monk Ming Yu said regretfully. He left, but he left his golden body behind. Xing Chen naturally knew what Zen Master Ming Yu meant. He smiled and deliberately didn't finish his sentence. Ah! Monk Ming Yu was stunned. Martial uncle, why do you say that? How can Ancestor Si Hang have a golden body? Didn't he fail to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Xing Chen pointed in the direction of River Tide Temple. Ancestor Si Hang's golden body is in River Tide Temple. He has fate with Longevity Town. In the past, he saved tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town. Now, he saved tens of thousands of people again. If you want to pay your respects, you can go to River Tide Temple. Ah! Monk Ming Yu cried out. So this River Tide Temple wasn't originally a Daoist temple, but the temple of Ancestor Si Hang of Buddhism? Of course. Xing Chen and Ming Yu asked and answered each other's questions very smoothly. Xing Chen stole a glance at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also speechless. He was thinking about Daoist Master Xiao's image, so he used the golden body of the River and Tide Temple. However, he didn't expect that the stone not only smashed his foot, but also broke his leg. Monk Ming Yu. Mo Jianli asked. Where is Daoist Xiao Jian of River Tide Temple? Is he still at Xiaojin Temple? This poor monk received the news and immediately rushed over from the small gold temple. However, when this poor monk left, the benefactors that gathered at the small gold temple also left in a hurry. I presume that Daoist Xiao Jian was among them. Millimeter. Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said earnestly, Junfeng, the immortal Buddha ceremony at the Longevity Town today is very interesting. I must report this to my elders. However, apart from today's ceremony, there is also the competition between the small gold temple and the river and tide temple. We still need to give them a result. Haha, this matter is already so obvious. What results do you need? Zen Master Ming Yu said with a smile, even if Daoist priest Xiao doesn't leave the Jiangchao temple, from today onwards, the one who visits the Jiangchao temple will be the golden body of our Buddhist sect's benevolent bodhisattva. Does a Daoist disciple like him have the face to stay in the Jiangchao temple? I still need this little monk to explain this matter to Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua sneered, directly calling Zen Master Bright Moon little monk. Yes, I understand. Zen Master Bright Moon did not care about this. Being able to chase away the river and tide temple, and with ancestor Si Hang's saving grace, the small gold temple's reputation in the longevity town had spread. Its future development would definitely not be inferior to Longevity Academy. Daoist Xiao seems to be over there. Mo Jianli pointed in the direction of the small gold temple and reminded Zen Master Bright Moon. Thank you, Senior. Let's go. Zen Master Bright Moon said with a smile. The earlier we settle this matter, the more time Daoist Xiao can return to the river and tide temple to pack up. Otherwise, when the benefactors come to Jiangcheng City to burn incense and express their gratitude, Daoist Xiao, it won't be convenient for you to return to the river and tide temple, right? Chimpage. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and flew down first. Xing Chen frowned slightly and glared at Zen Master Bright Moon before flying down as well. Xiao Jian, who was sitting on the worn-out donkey cart, no longer looked as confident as before. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others fly down, he hurriedly jumped down from the donkey cart and bowed. Greetings, seniors. You already know the cause of the matter, Xiao Hua said indifferently. Although this old man has made some contributions, after all, I am still far from senior Si Hang of the Buddhist sect. Of course, my river and tide temple also found the princess of the water tribe, so the contribution is not small. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. You are the abbot of the river and tide temple, so you should discuss this matter with Dean Zhu and Abbot Bright Moon. This junior has only heard some rumors. I don't know the specific situation. Xiao Jian heard that Xiao Hua seemed to admit defeat and had the same reaction as Mo Jianli. He hurriedly said, let's ask the small gold temple to explain this matter clearly. Even if I die, I want to die as a ghost. It's very simple. Xing Chen glanced at Zen Master Bright Moon and decided to personally go up and explain the matter in detail. This junior thanks senior for helping us out. Xiao Jian didn't know about the water tribe princess, but he was quick-witted and had already heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Hua's words. After Xing Chen finished, he bowed to Xiao Hua and said, if senior didn't pass by the longevity town, this junior wouldn't even have the idea of challenging the small gold temple. Not to mention today's narrow victory. Everything senior did was for the sake of the small gold temple. This junior won't have any complaints. Senior, please don't think too much about it. Then, Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon and said with a smile, Great Zen Master Bright Moon, listen to this. Senior Xiao of the Daoist sect found the water tribe princess and even fought against the water tribe commander. Although he didn't win against the commander in the end, he still bought time for senior Si Hang to arrive. Of course, senior Si Hang used the heaven-wielding weapon to turn the tide and collect the water of Liao River, saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the longevity town. This merit can't be erased. It's also not something senior Xiao can compare with. However, this Liao River's water is probably endless, right? If senior Xiao didn't find the water tribe princess, this junior doesn't know how long senior Si Hang could hold on. Oh, of course, this junior isn't questioning senior Si Hang's cultivation, this junior just. How can your Daoist sect understand the magical power of my Buddhist sect? Xing Chen snorted coldly. Senior Si Hang is already a bodhisattva. In that case, a Buddhist weapon can contain the water of 3 rivers and 4 seas. What's a mere Liao River? Of course this junior understands this. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Even if senior Si Hang was able to collect the water of Liao River, What if the Water Tribe commander led the Water Tribe to attack while Senior was using his magical power? Senior C.I. Hang's strength alone wouldn't be enough, right? If Senior Mo didn't send the Water Tribe princess out of my tidal river temple in time. My small gold temple acknowledges this merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said indifferently. Today is the immortal Buddhist ceremony. As the representative of Confucian cultivators, it's natural that Senior Mo contributed to defeating the Water Tribe of Liao River. It wasn't known if Zen Master Bright Moon and Xing Chen had spread rumors, but what Xing Chen said was consistent. They both gave the final credit to Confucian cultivators. This is clearly my small gold temple's merit. Xiao Jian seemed to have underestimated the Buddhist sect's sophistry. He was a bit flustered. If Daoist Xiao sent that girl to Liao River, I can naturally take it as your small gold temple's merit, Zen Master Bright Moon said unhurriedly. Xiao Jian was truly flustered and exasperated. However, he rolled his eyes and said with a fake smile, Mingyu, I told you clearly that day that your small gold temple and my tidal river temple would compete in the arena. That battle just now didn't end. Why don't we start over? Who didn't know how to act shamelessly? Xiao Jian's skin seemed even thicker than Mingyu's. Of course Zen Master Bright Moon's eyebrows didn't move. He didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, as long as Senior Xiao agrees. This sentence made Xiao Jian feel as if he had eaten a fishbone in his throat. He opened his mouth and his Adam's apple moved a few times, but he couldn't say anything. Xiao Hua was a senior. How could he go back on his words? Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiao Hua to agree. Therefore, Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water. Daoist Xiao. Xing Chen at the side opened his mouth. It's a bit hurried to argue about the outcome right now. Why don't we return to our respective temples and rest for a day? We'll discuss it tomorrow, how about it? Oh! Xiao Jian was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xing Chen didn't strike while the iron was hot and settle this matter today. However, he was still willing to step on the stairs that were given to him. Xiao Jian's face immediately filled with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xing Chen is right. Junior just heard the details of today's matter and didn't think about it carefully. After all, the outcome of today's matter has a deep impact on both our families. We have to be careful. Okay, tomorrow afternoon, please come to my small gold temple. My small gold temple's monks will be waiting. Zen Master Bright Moon didn't understand, but he still said with a smile. Xiao Hua said indifferently, I don't want to step into a Buddhist temple. Hehe, that's easy. Mo Jianli saw Xiao Hua's rejection of the Buddhist sect and hurriedly said, tomorrow afternoon, how about we invite Small Gold Temple's immortal friends and Tidal River Temple's immortal friends to my Longevity Academy? Xiao Hua didn't want to step into Small Gold Temple. He just didn't want others to think that he was C.I. Hang. Alright. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Xing Chen's confident appearance and nodded. Then, he put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha, this monk thanks everyone for today's merit. When this monk returns to the temple, this monk will first light incense and pray for everyone's blessings. Chenpage. Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon's hypocritical appearance and curled his lips. He almost snorted coldly. Then, he invited Xiao Hua to get on the donkey cart and ordered the silent Yuan Ya to drive the cart back to Tidal River Temple. The monks of the Golden Temple naturally rode the clouds and left. The Confucian cultivators of the Changsheng Academy naturally rode their swords. Only Xiao Hua, who had the highest cultivation, sat cross-legged on the donkey cart. He let the donkey cart creak as it moved slowly through the Changsheng town after the calamity. Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to say something. But seeing that Xiao Hua closed his eyes and didn't say anything, he thought that Xiao Hua was healing his injuries and didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know how to heal his injuries, but he immersed his divine sense into his body to check the situation of the earth crystal yarrow milk in his body and meridians. -11. Chapter 32-23. The outer layer of the earth crystal yarrow milk in my body is a bit loose after the fight just now. I can speed up the tempering. Xiao Hua is a bit happy in his heart. Previously, when he was fighting with the dwarf, he already noticed the changes in his body. Now that he has time, he naturally has to check it out. However, the earth crystal yarrow milk in my meridians is less loose. The tempering is not much faster than before. This hidden immortal continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This Xiao has only been awake for 10 days, and the first thing I encountered is the powerful water clan. Whether it is strength or body toughness, this water clan's monster is more powerful than this Xiao. It seems that this Xiao's previous cultivation is far inferior to these monsters. Moreover, this Xiao's cultivation has not recovered, so I can't use any of my powerful techniques. Just relying on the Buddha seal of the Buddha relic and soul cultivation techniques, I may not be their opponent. I still have to think of a way to quickly recover my cultivation. If I can have some water clan's cultivation techniques, that would be great. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua naturally thinks of Xian Cheng's water avoidance technique. He has already learned Heaven's Eye connection and also has the clear eyes technique of Confucian cultivators. He can already see the things in the jade eyes. Unfortunately, he still can't read the words in the jade eyes. He can only put the jade eyes aside. Oh, right, just now I forgot to ask Li Mo about the language of the demon clan. Xiao Hua realizes again and sighs. Ari, the 3 continents are really troublesome. To cultivate a cultivation technique, I have to learn a few languages. How can it be more convenient than the Dawn Rain continent? However, the water clan's cultivation technique is naturally suitable for the water clan. I'm afraid that only the demon clan's language can record it completely. If it is written in the language of Confucian cultivators, the content would have already changed. Just like the 9 heavens spirit of Confucian cultivators, how can it be recorded in the language of the Shozhen 3 kingdoms? It is even more disgusting than trying to draw a tiger but failing to turn it into a dog. Right, there is also the primordial spirit in the space. Previously, as long as I touch the jade slip, I can see the things inside. This jade eyes can't. But when this Xiao learns the clear eyes technique and can see the things inside the jade eyes, the primordial spirit can also be seen with a touch. It is really strange. Xiao Hua thought of something. It seems that the space isn't omnipotent, and the primordial spirit doesn't know everything. As Xiao Hua pondered, he continued to busy himself with the tempering of foolish old man's mountain shifter. The donkey cart arrived near Jiangchao Ridge. Before it even arrived at the foot of Jiangchao Ridge, Xiao Jian cried out involuntarily, "This! What is going on? When did my Jiangchao temple become so prosperous?" His voice was trembling, filled with anticipation and extreme excitement. Xiao Hua opened his eyes, only to see that the mountain path of Jiangchao Ridge, as well as the main road in front of Jiangchao Ridge, was packed with black masses of people. These people, without exception, were all rushing towards the Jiangchao monastery. However, although there were many people and the mountain path was not wide, they were orderly. Everyone was extremely pious as they slowly walked forward according to their own order. The mountain path was wide enough for only a few people to walk on, so there was no congestion at all. What was special was that on the side of the crowd, there were some people who came down from Jiangchao Ridge. These people who came down all had a satisfied and honored expression on their faces. Xiao Hua took a look and understood something. After thinking for a while, he realized that when Xing Chen was telling Xiao Jian the details of the matter, he didn't mention Si Hang's appearance. Xiao Jian naturally didn't know that Si Hang was the Lord Sea God worshipped by the Jiangchao monastery. Moreover, Xing Chen let Xiao Jian and the others return to the Jiangchao monastery to think. Clearly, he wanted Xiao Jian to see the current situation of the Jiangchao monastery and who these hundreds and thousands of people were worshipping. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed. You can't see the essence of the matter just by looking at the surface. You should go inside the monastery and take a look first. Hihi, what can't I see? Xiao Jian rubbed his hands excitedly, not quite understanding Xiao Hua's meaning. The Jiangchao monastery is so prosperous, this disciple can't give up. Let's wait until tomorrow and see how this disciple will chase away the bald donkeys of Xiao Jin Temple. If they don't leave, this disciple will let the longevity town. Xiao Jian originally wanted to say let the people of the Longevity Town chase away the monks of Xiaojin Temple, but when the words came to his mouth, he seemed to think of Si Hang and immediately shut his mouth. Xiao Hua heard this and shook his head slightly. Taking a step back, he could tell the truth that he was Si Hang, but what was the use of that to the Jiangchao monastery? He couldn't stay in the Longevity Town. Today's victory would only bring disaster to the Jiangchao monastery in the future. Rather than that, so what if he lost to Si Hang? When they arrived at the foot of the Jiangchao mountain, Xiao Jian had Yuan Ya return the lame donkey and the donkey cart to the owner of the tea house, while he arrogantly accompanied Xiao Hua to the mountain path. Ever since Yuan Ya saw Xiao Hua's power on the stage and saw Xiao Hua's arrogance that caused the stage to collapse with a single step, he had always been pensive. Every time he saw Xiao Hua, his eyes would flicker with fanaticism, but every time, he would remain silent and his attitude would only become more and more respectful. Good day everyone. Xiao Jian wanted to invite Xiao Hua to walk in front of him, but when he saw Xiao Hua shake his head slightly, he didn't expose the matter. When Xiao Jian saw the group of pious men and women lining up at the side of the mountain path, he immediately cupped his hands and greeted them with a smile. These people naturally returned the greeting with a smile. This smile made Xiao Jian even more satisfied and even more confident. He greeted them all the way to the mountain path. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Jian was about to step on the mountain path, someone spoke, "Daoist, if you want to go to the Jiangchao monastery to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, it's better to follow the order. This kind of delay is disrespectful to the Guanyin Bodhisattva. If the Guanyin Bodhisattva punishes you, not only will it be bad for Daoist, it will also be bad for our Longevity Town." Guanyin Bodhisattva? Xiao Jian was shocked and hurriedly said, "If you want to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, you should go to the Xiaojin Temple. This Jiangchao monastery is my Daoist." Just now when Xiao Hua appeared with the face of Si Hang, the entire Jiangchao town was filled with Sanskrit chants. The Guanyin Bodhisattva's Heart Sutra resounded throughout the Longevity Town. Everyone who knelt down was chanting with sincerity, even the people who were avoiding disaster at the Xiaojin Temple were the same. Although Xiao Jian didn't kneel down and follow, he heard it all and naturally knew that this Guanyin Bodhisattva was the title the villagers of the Longevity Town gave to Si Hang. It's a pity that Xiao Jian claimed to be a Daoist successor and wasn't as pious as the villagers of the Longevity Town. Thus, he didn't get the news that the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was in the Jiangchao monastery. As for Xiao Hua, because he had some misgivings, he didn't want him to associate himself with Si Hang and thus didn't remind him. Don't blaspheme the Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva. A few robust villagers immediately showed anger on their faces. This Jiangchao monastery was originally his Daoist temple. His golden body is in the Jiangchao monastery. When did it become your Daoist temple? Ah! Xiao Jian's eyes widened as he hurriedly says, "The one enshrined in the Jiangchao monastery is Daoist Xiao, which is also the golden body of Lord Sea God." "You bastard!" A robust man says angrily, "If you say half a word more, I will take care of you, this blasphemous thing, even if I have to risk being punished by the Bodhisattva. You dare." Xiao Jian's first reaction is to retreat, but then he thinks of Xiao Hua who is behind him. He sticks out his chest and shouts. Xiao Hua says with a smile, "Daoist Xiao, why lower yourself to the same level as the people of the secular world? Although this is some Guanyin Bodhisattva's Daoist temple, it is still my Daoist sect's territory. What's there to stop me from returning to my own home?" Saying that, Xiao Hua reaches out his hand and grabs Xiao Jian's shoulder. He activates the flying talisman and rushes towards the Jiangchao monastery. Ayo, this. Seeing Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian soar into the sky, that robust man is stupefied. His legs go soft and he almost kneels on the ground. Although Xiao Hua fought with the Water Clan's commander for a long time, at that time, the villagers of the Longevity Town were in a panic. Not many people saw it, so who could still remember Xiao Hua? What they are grateful for in their hearts is only Si Hang, who had a great momentum at the end. It has to be said that no matter if it is the Daoist sect or the Confucian cultivators, they are far inferior to the Buddhist sect in terms of extravagance and momentum. Although Xiao Hua is not a pure Buddhist cultivator, once he used the Buddhist sect's methods, he immediately attracted so many believers. He used the heaven leveling staff to fight for half a day, but no one knows who he is. When Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian fly over everyone's heads and land in the Jiangchao monastery, the villagers who do not know the truth hurriedly kneel down. But at the same time, there are many villagers who were about to kneel down when they saw Xiao Hua. Their Daoist robes make them hurriedly stand up. Obviously, in their eyes, the Daoist sect and the Confucian cultivators cannot compare to the Buddhist sect's Ci Hang who just saved their lives. There are really a lot of good people in the Jiangchao monastery, but whether they are alone or in groups, they all respectfully enter the main hall. After they sincerely kowtow, they close their eyes and make a wish. Finally, they stand up and walk to the side of the main hall. There is a small table and an open booklet. After these people write something in the booklet, they more or less take out copper or silver from their bosom and put it in the merit box on the table. Then, they respectfully leave the main hall and slowly walk out of the Jiangchao monastery. Next to the table, behind the merit box, stands a young man. It is Liu Yi. Liu Yi has a smile on his face, like a spring breeze. He smiles at these good people. But from time to time, he looks at the monastery door with a kind of anxiety. When Xiao Hua landed from the sky, Liu Yi can no longer hold it in. He hurriedly rushes out of the main hall and says anxiously, "Immortal Master, where is Xiao Yun?" Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian's landing naturally disturbs the people who are offering incense and praying. Everyone stops and looks at Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua does not pay attention to them and says to Liu Yi in a low voice, "Xiao Yun has already been taken away by her family. We will talk about the details of this matter later. Don't ask too much now. Yes, this little one understands." Hearing that Xiao Yun was taken away by her family, the stone in Liu Yi's heart finally falls. He looks at Xiao Jian who is walking towards the main hall in a daze and says in a low voice, "Immortal Master, I don't know why, but suddenly many people come to the monastery to worship the sea god. This little one saw that Daoist Xiao is not here, so I acted on my own." -11. Chapter 32-24. Ian, there's no need to say anything more. Xiao Hua admires Liu Yi's cleverness and says in a low voice, "You did well." Hearing Xiao Hua's praise, Liu Yi's face finally shows a smile from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Jian staggered to the top of the hall and stood there. He stared at the sea god's golden body. After a while, he said sorrowfully, "Sigh, Lord Sea God. Are you a Daoist disciple or a Buddhist disciple? If your family is a Buddhist disciple, why don't you just get a bald head? Why do you still have hair? Now, Taoist sect is not Taoist sect, Buddhist sect is not Buddhist sect. Let me worship you for so many years." Speaking to here, he turns to the old woman who is preparing to kneel and asks, "This big sister, this Jiangchao temple has always worshipped the golden body of the sea god. When did it become the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect?" Daoist Xiao. The old woman clearly knows Xiao Jian. Seeing Xiao Jian's dejected look, she says, "You may not know, but just now, when the fish monsters in Liao River wanted to pour the water of Liao River into our Jiangcheng town, the Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared and collected all the water in Liao River. She even chased away all the fish monsters. He saved everyone in our longevity town." That Guanyin Bodhisattva's face is exactly the same as the sea god. Many people in the town saw it. I heard it from others and quickly came to thank the Bodhisattva for his great kindness, so that he can bless our longevity town every year. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Jian takes in a breath of cold air and unconsciously turns to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua helplessly nods, indicating that these words are true. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Xiao Jian immediately understands the meaning behind Xingchen's retreat. Since the sea god is the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, even if he wins tomorrow's debate and can stay in Longevity Town, he can't stay in Jiangchao Temple anymore. Since he can't stay in Jiangchao Temple, where can he go? And even if Xiaojin Temple loses, the Buddhist sect is no longer in Xiaojin Temple, he can still come to Jiangchao Temple. Right now, the Jiangchao Temple was even more popular than the Xiaojin Temple. Who knew if there would be a Da Jin temple in the future? Forget it. After seeing through Xing Chen's sinister intention, Xiao Jian's mouth twitched slightly. Flinging his sleeves, he let out a sigh and walked out of the palace. Coming to the front of Xiao Hua, he bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, our Jiangchao temple has been defeated." He was able to save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. So what if he was defeated? Xiao Hua said faintly. These words were meant for Xiao Jian to hear, but they were also his own thoughts. That's right. Senior, you're right. Xiao Jian nodded. If I can protect Longevity Town from being drowned by the Liao River, I am willing to be expelled from Longevity Town. Xiao Hua nodded. Exactly. Senior, please wait a moment. Xiao Jian smiled and said, Disciple will pack up and leave Longevity Town with Senior. All right. Xiao Hua didn't want Xiao Jian to leave with him, but looking at Xiao Jian's somewhat lonely appearance, he felt a bit guilty and nodded in agreement. Xiao Jian walked into the east room. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he walked out with a bitter smile and said to Xiao Hua in a low voice, Senior, can you help me? Of course. Xiao Hua walked into the east room and came out again in a moment. He smiled and said, Is there anything else you want to take? Of course. Xiao Jian pointed at the pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and water tanks on the stove and said angrily, These were all bought by this disciple. I can't leave any of them to those bald donkeys. Ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily. He walked in front of these things and with a wave of his hand, he put them all into his storage bag. Seeing Xiao Hua's methods, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao Hua with reverence. Master. Yuan Ye jumped down from the banyan tree. Obviously, he couldn't go up the mountain path and could only climb from the side. Seeing that the things in the courtyard were gone, he asked curiously, Are we moving to Xiao Jin Temple? Bullshit. Xiao Jian couldn't help but scold, I am moving to Yun Lin Temple. Ah! When did that old bald donkey lose Yun Lin Temple to us? Yuan Ye was stunned. Immortal Master Liu Yi, who had been looking at Xiao Hua and didn't know what to say, finally made up his mind. He took the opportunity to kowtow in front of Xiao Hua and said, I know that I am of a despicable background and my actions are also despicable. I don't ask for anything. I only ask to be a servant in front of Immortal Master and serve Immortal Master's daily life. Oh! Xiao Hua smiled. He pointed at the main hall and said, Weren't you doing well there just now? In the future, when Xiao Jin Temple takes over Jiangchao Temple, there will still be people guarding it. Wouldn't it be better for you to be a guard? Immortal Master, please don't mock me, Liu Yi said embarrassedly. Previously, I thought that these villagers came to our Jiangchao temple to thank Daoist Xiao. Wasn't I collecting money for Immortal Master? Since they want to give it to Xiao Jin Temple, what does it have to do with me? I even fought with Xiao Jin Temple's Jian Hong before. If I enter a Buddhist sect, won't I be bullied to death by them? Besides. At this point, Liu Yi was a little hesitant. He lowered his voice and said, I've caused so many troubles, and I'm at the edge of the Liao River. If someone or an evil spirit comes to make trouble for me, who can I reason with? Immortal Master, please pity me. Following Immortal Master, I can also have a way to survive. Oh! Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He looked at this exceptionally clever youth with some astonishment. He didn't mention the relationship between the Water Clan and Xiao Yun. Liu Yi was able to deduce the truth from just a few words. It was really beyond his expectations. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Liu Yi immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, Immortal Master, please save me, get up. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He knew that he was new here and didn't know anything about hidden immortal continent. Having such a clever follower would definitely be useful. He nodded and agreed. Many thanks, Immortal Master. Liu Yi was overjoyed. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the main hall. Xiao Hua saw Liu Yi run to the front of the merit box. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, What are you doing? Immortal Master, this is Jiangchao Temple's thing. If Xiao Jin Temple doesn't come, this thing is ours. Liu Yi's hand was already on the merit box. Put it down. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth, Xiao Jian roared, "This is what the benevolent masters consecrated to Guanyin Bodhisattva, not Daoist Xiao. If we take it, we will dirty our hands. Even if we leave Immortal Town, we can't let Xiao Jin Temple's bald donkeys point at our backs and curse us." "Yes." Seeing Xiao Hua slightly shake his head, Liu Yi reluctantly put down the merit box. He seemed to regret that he didn't take some in advance. "Damn it, if we don't belong to the same family, this kid is the same as me." Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and also felt helpless. "Master." Without waiting for Liu Yi to come out of the main hall, another person kneeled down beside Xiao Hua. If it wasn't Yuan Ya, who else could it be? "What are you doing now?" Xiao Hua originally had a bitter smile, but now he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Disciple also wants to follow master," Yuan Ya honestly replied. Xiao Hua was displeased and coldly said, "Now that your master is in trouble, why don't you follow your master to protect him? Why are you following me? With your character, how can this Xiao take a liking to you?" "Master." Yuan Ya's expression changed greatly. He carefully said, "Disciple." "Disciple didn't say that I won't protect master. But if master leaves, where will disciple go to find master? Disciple really wants to follow master to cultivate. When did this Xiao become your master?" Looking at Yuan Ya, who didn't have a trace of a heart, Xiao Hua indifferently said, "Yes, disciple won't call you master in the future." Yuan Ya immediately replied, "This Xiao goes east, your master goes west, where are you going?" Xiao Hua continued to ask, "Disciple." Yuan Ya was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, "Disciple doesn't know." Liu Yi, who was at the side, had already walked to the side. He was only anxious for Yuan Ya. He already knew that Xiao Hua was benevolent. As long as Yuan Ya said that he would follow his master to the west, and then expressed his determination to cultivate, perhaps Xiao Hua would leave behind a method to find him. Although it wasn't possible now, it might not be impossible in the future. Although Yuan Ya's answer was a bit better than Xiao Hua's answer, it was easy for people to associate him with indecisiveness and hesitation. "Senior, let's go down the mountain first." Xiao Jian looked at the people who didn't even want to go to the main hall and only looked at them. He felt very bored and asked Xiao Hua in a low voice, "Let's go, let's go." Xiao Hua waved his hand and walked out of the Jiang Chao temple. Going up the mountain was difficult, but going down was easy. The people who had just left had already left, and those who had not yet left were still within the temple of river and tide. Xiao Hua brought the three of them and calmly walked down the mountain path, and no one stopped them. Originally, there were some people who looked down on Taoism, but after witnessing Xiao Hua's art of flying the heavens, they naturally did not dare to roll their eyes. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua was a bit stunned. His appearance in the Longevity Town was abrupt. He was inadvertently fished up by Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya from Liao River. He didn't have any origin. If he wanted to go to paradise, then naturally he wanted to go to paradise. But where is Elysium? Xiao Hua stopped. Everyone stopped as well. Tilda looking to the left, it was the direction to Longevity Town. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't think too much about it. He turned and walked to the right. Who cares where the right led to, as long as it didn't lead to Longevity Town? However, after walking for a while, Xiao Hua looked back and saw that Xiao Jian was walking right behind him. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Daoist Xiao, where are you going?" "I." Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. "This junior also doesn't know where to go. Let's leave this Longevity Town first." Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, then looked at Liu Yi and said, "Do you have any silver in your pouch? Go to the town and find a carriage or something." -11. Chapter 32-25. Oh! Liu Yi stared blankly, then immediately understood. He hurriedly said carefully, "Good, Immortal Master knows that this little one has used all the silver on me to treat Xiao Yun's illness. I didn't leave any behind. Junior has some here." Hearing this, Xiao Jian took out a few pieces of silver and handed them to Liu Yi. "Brother Liu, I'll have to trouble you to find a slightly bigger carriage. Yes, Liu Yi took the silver and quickly ran towards the town. Although the people of Longevity Town would definitely be very flustered after surviving a calamity, with Liu Yi's intelligence, Xiao Hua didn't feel that this would be difficult. Senior, let's go and wait. Xiao Jian seemed to be unwilling to stay in Jiangchao Ridge for a moment longer, and said to Xiao Hua very respectfully and anxiously. Xiao Hua didn't reply, and slowly walked along the main road. Xiao Jian followed beside him, while Yuan Ya drooped his head and weakly followed behind the two. After silently walking for half a cup of tea's time, seeing that there were still many people walking towards Jiangchao Monastery, Xiao Jian couldn't help but spit on the ground and fiercely said, "Damn it, I've worked so hard in Jiangchao Monastery for so many years, but I've been biased towards this group of bald donkey. Just treat it as a gift from me to my son." Then, Xiao Jian saw that Xiao Hua was calmly walking in front without any trace of anger. He quickly walked a few steps and said with a smile, "Senior, you're my Taoist senior, naturally you wouldn't care about this. However, Junior has been here for many years, and has already treated this place as my home. Now that I'm suddenly leaving, I'm really reluctant. Hihi, fighting with the heavens and earth isn't as fun as fighting with the monks of Xiaojin Temple." Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian wanted to talk to him, so he simply opened his mouth and mocked him. Hearing this, Xiao Jian unconsciously rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, "Senior is right, I've fought with these bald donkeys for so many years, I'm indeed reluctant." Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't reply. He understood what Xiao Jian was thinking, and wanted to see how Xiao Jian would open his mouth. "Senior." After a moment of silence, Xiao Jian said again, "May I know where Senior is going after leaving Longevity Town?" "The Buddhist sect's paradise." Xiao Hua looked into the distance and said indifferently, "What? Senior? Senior wants to go to the nest of those bald donkeys?" Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly said, "I heard that the Pure Land is filled with baldies. You are a senior of my Daoist sect, an enemy of the Buddhist sect. If you go there, will you still be alive? Of course, this junior is not doubting your cultivation, it's just that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Do you know where Elysium is?" Xiao Hua turned his head and asked Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian shook his head honestly and said, "Junior only knows that the Western Paradise is in the south. When we reach the border of the hidden immortal continent, we just have to cross the eastern and southern seas to reach there. However, as far as I know, the distance from the Longevity Town to the Eastern Sea is hundreds of thousands of miles. The Eastern Sea and the Southern Sea are millions of miles wide. There are many demon beasts in the sea, and they are 100 times more powerful than the water clan we saw today. Senior, if you want to reach the ultimate land of bliss, it will be very difficult." Sigh, that's right. When Xiao Hua heard this, he nodded inwardly. Xiao Jian was right. If he didn't recover his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to head to the Western Paradise with his current strength. Right now, the most important thing for Ji Hao to do was to purify all the earth crystal yarrow milk in his body. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes brightened as if he thought of something. He turned his head and asked Xiao Jian, "Daoist Xiao, where do you want to go?" "Actually." Xiao Jian clenched his teeth. He turned his head and looked at Yuan Ya, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said, "I won't hide it from Senior. What you said before was extremely right. Junior doesn't have the power to protect himself. Back then, I saved Yuan Ya so that he could protect me. However, after being with Yuan Ya for so many years, Junior has long regarded Yuan Ya as my own nephew. Junior doesn't have any ability. If he wants to follow Senior to cultivate, Junior is also extremely willing. However, Senior also said that if Senior goes east, Junior goes west. Yuan Ya doesn't know how to choose. However, if Senior goes east and Junior also goes east, doesn't that mean Yuan Ya doesn't have to choose?" Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He shook his head and said, "I can go to the ultimate land of bliss." "Can you go too?" "Yes, Junior naturally can't go," Xiao Jian said respectfully. "However, if Senior goes to the hidden immortal continent and Junior follows Senior, won't Yuan Ya also be able to ask Senior for advice? Since Senior can take Liu Ji as a servant, why can't you take Yuan Ya as a servant?" Although Liu Jie is clever, he doesn't have a good background after all. He thinks too much in his heart. He can't be compared to Ya's simplicity and seriousness. Xiao Jian tilde Xiao Hua smiled. Actually, you don't have to go east. You just need to let Yuan Ya follow me. Why go through so much trouble? He. Xiao Jian smiled and said, following Senior, not only will I have Yuan Ya's protection, I will also have Senior's grace. If Junior doesn't follow Senior, then I would be crazy. He. Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He actually became this guy's bodyguard. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked, oh right, Xiao Jian, do you still remember Lu Town that I asked you about this morning? Lu Town? Xiao Jian was slightly stunned and immediately nodded. Yes, Junior remembers. Could it be, Senior wants to go to Lu Town? That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. Others don't know about my origin, but you and Yuan Ya are very clear about it. How about this? Yuan Ya? Yes. Just when he heard Xiao Jian say that he wanted to follow Xiao Hua, Yuan Ya's eyes lit up as if he was alive. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's call, he hurriedly answered. If you help me find Lu Town, I can consider teaching you some spells, Xiao Hua said indifferently. Hearing this, Yuan Ya was really ecstatic. Almost without thinking, he knelt on the ground and shouted, Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely help Master find Lu Town. When did I say that I want to accept you as my disciple? Xiao Hua smiled and said, I just want to teach you some spells. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Yuan Ya said excitedly, this is the first sentence that Master taught disciple. Disciple has not dared to forget it for so many years. A teacher for a day is a father for life, alas. Xiao Hua's heart was suddenly touched. In his mind, he instantly thought of the words he said before his death in order to use the blood curse to entangle Shan Shengzi and Daoist Dui disciple. Disciple said, wrong? Seeing Xiao Hua's gloomy expression, Yuan Ya's heart suddenly tightened and he hurriedly asked. No. Xiao Hua's expression was very amiable. He looked at Xiao Jian and said to Yuan Ya, tell me, how are you going to help me find Lu Town? This. Yuan Ya's face turned red. If he had to fight and kill someone, it would be an easy matter. But to find Lu Town, he really didn't know how to do it. Xiao Jian looked at Yuan Ya's embarrassed expression and smiled. After a moment, he smiled and said to Yuan Ya, in fact, this matter is very easy. You only need to buy a map of the hidden immortal continent. Of course, this map must be extremely complete. All the towns and villages in the continent must be recorded. As long as you search one state at a time, one country at a time, you will definitely find Lu Town that Senior wants to find. Oh! Not to mention Yuan Ya, even Xiao Hua was stunned. Xiao Hua had never thought of using a map. Disciple understands. Thank you, Master. Yuan Ya was overjoyed. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, Disciple will help Master find the map first. All right. This old man's words always count. Xiao Hua smiled. No matter what method you use, it's fine. Thank you, Master. Yuan Ya almost thought that Xiao Hua was giving him a huge opportunity. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua asked again, are you sure that there is a map of the hidden immortal continent? Of course. Xiao Jian smiled and said, when every country was founded, they would draw a map of their territory. Every town and village would be recorded in it. These maps would inevitably be leaked out. When people with intentions took them, they would gather them and naturally form a map of the hidden immortal continent. Not only the hidden immortal continent, but also the Western Paradise and Thousand Demons sacred realm. Senior can rest assured about this. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua secretly nodded. In addition, if Senior really wants to go to the Western Paradise, then you should also find a map of the Western Paradise. Xiao Jian naturally didn't think that Xiao Hua would really go to the Western Paradise, but he still reminded him. Master, the map of the hidden immortal continent. Suddenly, Yuan Ya realized and shouted, how big is that? How can a piece of paper draw it? Xiao Jian smiled, looked at Xiao Hua and said, ordinary people naturally can't, but us Taoists and Confucians have ways to do it. Jade eyes. Buddhist archives, and beast skins can all record a lot of things.
Oh.
Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised. He had heard Chu Muhuan mention about the Buddhist archives and beast skins in the Western Ocean, but he had never seen them before. Now it is the hidden immortal continent, and this is a small longevity town. Xiao Jian actually knows about these things. Seems like Xiao Jian's story is really thought-provoking. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and said, "Then where should I find the map of the hidden immortal continent?" Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua somewhat strangely, as if he was very puzzled by Xiao Hua not knowing where to find the map. Moreover, he also felt that Xiao Hua didn't seem to know anything about the hidden immortal continent. There's nothing strange about it. Xiao Hua noticed Xiao Jian's gaze and said indifferently, "I was originally a rogue cultivator who lived in seclusion. Later on, I met an enemy and was injured by the enemy's magic treasure, so I hid in the origin stone to hide. Now that I have woken up, I don't know how many years have passed. Things remain the same, but people have changed. There are too many things that I don't know." Yes, this junior knows. This was the first time Xiao Hua told Xiao Jian about his origin. Although it was still vague, seeing that Xiao Jian didn't dare to ask more, he hurriedly replied, "If Senior wants to find the map, the closest place to here is the Copper Pillar State." "Oh, the Copper Pillar State that you and the Cloak Gang's leader talked about that day?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You have a good idea. Even if I can't find the map, you can still trade your origin stones there, right?" -11. Chapter 32-26. I've made a fool of myself. Xiao Jian said with a smile, "I didn't know you were looking for a map. These primordial stones are of good quality and can be exchanged for a lot of things in Copper Pillar State. You should know that. I don't have any cultivation and these primordial stones are useless in my hand. They're even a disaster. I've long wanted to exchange these primordial stones for some elixirs and see if they can restore my cultivation." When he said the last sentence, Xiao Jian really couldn't conceal the probing in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still had a smile on his face as if he didn't hear his last sentence. Instead, he said, "That's good. Since we're all going to Copper Pillar State, let's go together." "Yes." Xiao Jian was slightly disappointed, but he still said, "Thanks to you, I can safely reach Copper Pillar State." "Huh." At this moment, Xiao Hua slightly raised his head and looked at the road behind him. He snorted and ordered Yuan Ya, go and pick up Liu Yi. If anyone tries to stop you, don't hold back. "Yes, I understand." Yuan Ya immediately turned his head and looked into the distance, but there were still a few people on the road. Where was Liu Yi? However, Yuan Ya still obediently agreed, but his expression was one of excitement, almost as if he was about to jump out of the room. "I'll give this to you." Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the magic wand. "I'll give it to you in the future." "Really?" Yuan Ya was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He took the magic wand and rushed into the distance like a galloping horse. "Senior." Xiao Jian's divine sense couldn't go too far, so he asked tentatively, "Did Brother Liu encounter the disciples of the Cloak Gang?" "Tempage." Xiao Hua sneered, "Who else could it be? These people are really like ghosts that won't go away. They don't forget to do evil in this time of disaster." When Xiao Jian heard this, he was a little anxious and whispered, "Senior, there's nothing to say about YA's skills. It's easy for him to deal with a dozen Cloak Gang disciples, but if there are too many people," Xiao Hua said confidently, "don't worry. Yuan Ya's aptitude is good. Since I've already agreed, how can I let him die? Actually, he doesn't need to go."
Oh.
Xiao Jian raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "Does Senior want Ya to get closer to Brother Liu?" "Ian, this old man indeed has this idea." Xiao Hua smiled, "But the origin of this matter isn't as profound as you think. When this old man instructed Yuan Ya just now, Liu Yi did not have any help. By the time this old man finished speaking, someone had already gone to help Liu Yi. Hehe, Junior is thinking too much. Junior is thinking too much." Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed. He stood to the side and shaded his eyes with his hands as he looked into the distance. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian and no longer spoke. He treated Xiao Jian differently from Yuan Ya. Although Yuan Ya looked like an untamed wild leopard, his heart was very pure. Xiao Hua quite liked him. However, Xiao Jian was different. Not only was he very shrewd, but he was also very guarded and probed a lot. In particular, he seemed to be wearing a mask on his face. He changed it whenever he wanted, which made Xiao Hua feel really uncomfortable. The reason why Xiao Hua kept making things difficult for Yuan Ya was that he did not want to get involved with Xiao Jian. However, Xiao Jian did not open his mouth to talk about the past, and the matter of him secretly probing Xiao Hua just now made Xiao Hua a little wary. He had just stepped into the hidden immortal continent, and for no reason, he attracted a lot of karma. Especially when the origin of this karma might not be legitimate. Sure enough, after half an incense's time, some dust rose on the road. In the air, a few sword lights fell. It was Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng. When the two of them landed, Mo Jianli bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, why did you leave in such a hurry? If Junfeng did not mention it just now, I felt that you would leave without saying goodbye. This junior would not be able to catch up with you even if he wanted to." "That's right, senior." Zhu Junfeng also said sincerely, "The result of the bet between Xiaojin Temple and River Tide Temple has not been decided yet. Why did you admit defeat so easily?" Xiao Hua helped the two of them up and said with a smile, "Actually, this old man does not care. No matter the result, this old man will leave Longevity Town. However, just now, this old man and Xiao Jian went back to River Tide Temple. Just like what Xingchen said, now that River Tide Temple is worshipping Guanyin Bodhisattva, it has completely become a Buddhist temple. What's the point of us guarding that temple?" Xiao Jian wanted to leave, so this old man also left. Actually, Senior played a very important role in this great calamity. Mo Jianli still wanted to persuade, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it again. It doesn't matter who the credit belongs to, the important thing is that Longevity Town was not destroyed because of this great calamity. The villagers of Longevity Town can be grateful to Guanyin Bodhisattva or Lord Sea God, it is okay." Sigh, Senior is really open-minded. Mo Jianli sighed, if everyone was like Senior, how could there be so many disputes in this world? Hihi, there are many people who are more open-minded than this old man. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Just like today's Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect. According to what you said, he took the water of Liao River and watched the water tribe retreat. He turned around and left, leaving only the words Ci Hang of salvation. Isn't he more open-minded than this old man?" Indeed. Zhu Junfeng also gave a thumbs up. This ancestor Ci Hang is 100 times more comfortable than Xingchen and the others. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at Xiao Jian. "Then what about Monk Ming you compared to Xiao Jian?" He he. Zhu Junfeng laughed and did not say much. "Fellow Daoist Mo, you didn't come here just to see me off, right?" Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching dust on the road. It was a carriage, with a few scholars on horseback, and asked. Mo Jianli glanced at Zhu Junfeng and smiled bitterly. To be honest, Junior was still talking to Junfeng on the way back to the academy. "Although Senior is a Dao cultivator, you have the inheritance of us Confucian cultivators. You can be considered to be fated with us Confucian cultivators. Now, the relationship between Hidden Immortal Continent's Buddhist sect and us Confucian cultivators is very awkward. If Longevity Town doesn't have River Tide Temple, then we can only let Xiao Jin Temple develop recklessly. In the future, my Longevity Academy might not be its opponent. Junior still wants to bring Junfeng to spend more time with Senior and River Tide Temple." Ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. "Fellow Daoist Mo is mistaken. I don't have any relationship with Xiao Jian. I just happened to pass by here and stayed at River Tide Temple for a few days. Moreover, River Tide Temple has become a part of Xiao Jin Temple. If fellow Daoist Mo wants to fight against Xiao Jin Temple, then you should find other help." Yes, Junior understands." Mo Jianli nodded. Although Xiao Jin Temple is like the sun in the sky now, It is still wishful thinking if it wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with my Longevity Academy. After today, Junior will have to rush back to the sect. Presumably, the sect will have orders and measures. Junior is not good at these things, so I won't be too concerned. Junior rushed over because of 3 things. Oh, what 3 things? Xiao Hua was a bit surprised. He couldn't think of what these 3 things were. First, I want to ask Liu Yi about the Water Clan's princess. Mo Jianli laughed. Previously, Junior took the princess away from the water bucket. This Liu Yi tried his best to stop me. If not him, who should I ask about the Water Clan's princess? You must have already asked about this matter. Xiao Hua asked. Mo Jianli nodded. Indeed. But it's the same as not asking. Of course, Liu Yi is just an ordinary person. How could he know about the Water Clan's princess? He just saved a little girl out of kindness. Xiao Hua laughed. This little girl is not ordinary. Mo Jianli said meaningfully. According to Mo Ming, he heard the Water Clan's words. This Water Clan is not an ordinary water clan of Liao River. It seems to be some Paradise River. Paradise River? Xiao Hua frowned. He thought of the water-repelling technique in his space. It seemed to be from the West Sea when they destroyed the water clan of Paradise River. Paradise River? Xiao Jian, who was at the side, was shocked. Could the Dongtian River that Senior Mo mentioned be the Dongtian River of the 3 rivers? Yes, if Li Moming heard it right, it should be. Mo Jianli sighed, one of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. This water clan's princess. Even if she's from a side branch, her background is still something we can't measure. Indeed. Xiao Jian sighed. Paradise River, Chidi River, and Saint River are known as the origins of the 4 seas. Naturally, they are not ordinary water clans. That. Xiao Hua hesitated. Wasn't Paradise River destroyed by the West Sea? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Mo Jianli almost lost his voice. He said anxiously, "What? Paradise River was destroyed by the West Sea? How did Senior know? This is bad." Xiao Hua had just shown off, and now he was in trouble. Seeing Mo Jianli so shocked, how could he not know that he had said something wrong? When Xiao Hua thought about it carefully, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that right? The words that Xu Zhuoliang told him that day seemed to be a water-repelling technique from the West Sea that was passed down from the Paradise River, right? He had heard it vaguely, and now he had misinterpreted it as the West Sea destroyed Paradise River. It was very different from the original words. If it was really as he said, and Mo Jianli knew this secret, how could Xu Zhuoliang and the others not know? And with the old turtle Xian Cheng's caution, how could he talk about the West Sea's secret in front of them? The so-called rumors in the world. I'm afraid this is the cause. Whether it's intentional or not. Xiao Hua thought helplessly, and immediately covered it up. This old man heard it from someone at the Yi. Yi? What's Yi? Mo Jianli asked curiously. Xiao Hua was speechless. He really blamed himself for being too talkative. Didn't he bring Liu Yi with him just to ask more about the general knowledge of the hidden immortal continent? He hadn't even learned anything yet, and now there was another problem. What's the name of the Copper Pillar country's primordial stone trading place? Xiao Hua asked helplessly. Oh, this junior understands. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile, so Senior called the auction Yi. It's really ancient. -11. Chapter 32-27. Hihi, it's the auction. Xiao Hua laughed. But Mo Jianli shook his head and said, Senior, if you said that you got the news from somewhere else, I would believe you. But the auction is full of good and bad people, especially those who come to help with the news. There are many groundless rumors and are not reliable. Especially the secret of the destruction of the 3 rivers, there are many rumors. Xiao Hua nodded. If that's the case, the news that I heard without spending much Primeval stones shouldn't be true? Yes, for this kind of thing, Senior should just listen to it. Please don't say too much. Mo Jianli said embarrassedly. I think Senior knows what to do. Junior doesn't dare to talk about it. I understand. Xiao Hua smiled. What about the second thing? The second thing is Junior's little thought. Mo gently stretched out his hand and took out an inch-long flying sword from his sleeve. He respectfully handed it over to Xiao Hua and said, "Senior, this is Junior's sound transmitting eye. Please accept it. Junior will definitely report the matter of Longevity Town to the sect. Senior helped Junior fight against the Water Tribe. Junior will think of giving Senior any rewards in the future. Of course, Senior Xiao is my teacher. Junior doesn't dare to talk about making friends. I only hope that if Senior passes by Shi again, Junior will come and pay Senior a visit. Hehe, this old man understands." Xiao Hua had a very good impression of Mo Genli and immediately kept the small sword. "If this old man has any problems in the future, I will definitely trouble you." Mo Genli saw that Xiao Hua was so straightforward and was very happy. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior. What about the third thing?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and asked. "The third thing?" Mo Genli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, "Junfeng, you say it." "Yes, Mr. Mo." Zhu Junfeng agreed, then respectfully said to Xiao Hua, "Senior Xiao, Longevity Town has suffered a great calamity today. Tomorrow, the prefectural governor will definitely send someone to investigate. This matter will also have to be reported to the king of Shi Nation. In this Junior's opinion, Senior has rendered meritorious service to Longevity Town, and similarly to the Shi Nation. Why don't Senior wait for a few days? It won't be too late for you to leave after meeting the prefectural governor's envoy, someone from the government." Xiao Hua glanced at Xiao Jian and asked curiously, "Previously, I didn't see any officials in Longevity Town. During the Great Calamity, they didn't appear either. Why is it so grand after the Great Calamity? This kind of official, it's better not to meet him." Ahem. Zhu Junfeng was obviously very embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "Senior, you may have misunderstood. Longevity Town was a small town to begin with. The county governor in charge of Longevity Town would not send too many subordinates over. Some of his own people like Li Zhang could manage the town. And this county governor is a disciple of my Chongyun sect. Therefore, there are many matters in Longevity Town that this junior can make decisions for. Actually, wasn't the incident of the cloak gang's harassment at the Jiangchao temple previously caused by the government? It's just that you don't know about it." Xiao Hua understood the moment he heard and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Turns out that this old man made a mistake. Sorry. It's all right." Zhu Junfeng smiled apologetically. "I've already committed too many sins for not being able to eliminate this great calamity. Perhaps the county governor's envoy is here to punish me." At this point, Mo Genli raised his head sadly and looked into the distance. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town managed to escape, but the Water Clan destroyed all the rice planted along the river. This year, Longevity Town will definitely not have a harvest. The county governor's envoy may punish Junfeng, but the most important thing is to provide disaster relief. If he doesn't do well, it's normal for the villagers to leave their homes." That strange Tilda Xiao Hua was very familiar with mulberry fields. After hearing this, he asked, "The villagers in other places usually grow rice. Could it be that it's farmland or terraced fields in the mountains? How could the villagers of Changsheng Town grow rice, which they rely on for a living, by the riverside? The river overflows easily. Once it's flood season, wouldn't that mean a year's worth of hard work would be wasted?" Hearing Xiao Hua's words, not only was Zhu Junfeng stunned, even Mo Genli was stunned. They didn't expect Xiao Hua to know about this. Unfortunately, they only knew about disaster relief. As for farming, how would they know about it? "Senior." Xiao Jian opened his mouth. "I've been in Longevity Town for many years, right next to the Liao River. I know a little about this." "Huh." Mo Genli almost vomited blood. Looking at the two Daoist cultivators, he really wanted to scream in his heart. These people, are they still cultivators? What are they doing every day? They even know about such small things? Tell me about it." Xiao Hua smiled. Xiao Jian pointed at the Liao River in the distance and said, "Senior, you should know that the Liao River rises twice a year, and each time, it covers the entire Longevity Town by 2 miles. After the river waterfalls, The mud and other things in the water will remain on the shore, and even the barren land will become fertile soil. The rice in Longevity Town also ripens twice a year. When the river falls, it's planted. When the river rises, it's harvested. However, the Water Clan attacked yesterday. The tide rose 30 days earlier than usual, so the rice on the shore hasn't been harvested yet. Haha, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Every place has its own people. I'm not from Longevity Town, so I really don't know about it." "Well, I know a lot about it too," Zhu Junfeng said embarrassedly. "In that case, the disaster that fellow immortal Zhu is worried about won't be too serious." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Although there's no harvest this season, the villagers all have some food in their homes. Now that the flood is over, you can plant more rice on the shore. When the second season of rice ripens, Longevity Town will have no more hunger. Of course, the town will be a little tense during this period. When the county governor's messenger comes, you just need to get food from other places or buy it." "I'm sorry," Mo Jianli said in a low voice, "we only know about cultivation. We really don't know about these things. Now that I think about it, I've taken it for granted. It's best to worry about the people. It's normal to take it for granted." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's better than taking a position without doing anything. However, since fellow immortal Zhu is so worried, why don't I help you?" Xiao Hua reached out his hand and said, "Fellow immortal Zhu, do you have a storage bag or storage ring?" "Haha, there's no need to trouble Senior." Zhu Juanfeng's face was slightly red. "Longevity Academy still has some money. When I return, I'll immediately send some students to the neighboring town to buy food." Storage bag. Storage ring. Mo Jianli was confused again. After a while, he reached out his hand and took out a small bag from his sleeve. He asked, "Senior, are you talking about a small universal bag?" "Small universal bag. That's right. That's it." Xiao Hua almost wanted to slap his own face. He had already thought about it and didn't want to talk about things that he didn't know. Now that he blurted out something about a storage bag and a storage ring, it made people feel strange again. "Senior, what do you mean?" Mo Jianli handed the small universal bag to Xiao Hua and was even more confused. "Haha." Xiao Hua chuckled and didn't dare to ask any more. He released his spiritual will. Luckily, this small universal bag was the same as a storage bag. He could open it with his spiritual will. Then, he pretended to take out a storage bag from his chest and waved his hand. He returned the small universal bag to Mo Jianli and said, "I've been in Longevity Town for a few days. I'm fated with the people of Longevity Town. This little bit of food is my farewell gift to the people of Longevity Town." "Very good." Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He reached out to take it and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, "Senior is indeed worthy of being a Confucian cultivator. You care about the world and the people. Not only did you step forward in times of danger, but you also worked for the people without any fame or benefits. Although this food can't solve the problem in front of us, Senior's breadth of mind is really admirable." Xiao Hua saw that Mo Jianli didn't check the amount of food in the small universal bag. He knew that Mo Jianli was worried about his reputation. After all, which cultivator would carry a large amount of food in their storage bag that they didn't need? Therefore, he didn't point it out. He looked at Liu Yi and Yuan Ye who had already returned. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortal Mo, fellow immortal Zhu, I'll see you off for 1,000 miles. In the end, we have to part. I'll leave now. You all still have many trivial matters to attend to in Longevity Town. You and I will bid farewell here. If we meet again, we'll meet again." Junior respectfully sees Senior Xiao off. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng said as they saw that they couldn't keep Xiao Hua. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng didn't come here alone. Behind them, there were several disciples of the academy on horseback. When Liu Yi was chased by the Cloak Gang's disciples, it was these academy disciples who attacked and killed the Cloak Gang's disciples. Now that Zhu Junfeng saw that Xiao Hua wanted to take a carriage, he naturally gave him a few horses. Then, he waved goodbye. Xiao Hua floated onto the carriage. Liu Yi drove the carriage while Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye rode the horses. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng only turned around and returned to Longevity Town after the four of them had gone far away. The two of them didn't manage to keep Xiao Hua. Although it was within their expectations, they still felt depressed. They thought that although Longevity Town was in a mess, the disaster had already passed. As long as the people slowly calmed down, they would be able to calm down. Therefore, they didn't fly on their swords. Instead, they walked on the main road with big strides. The remaining disciples also followed behind them with their horses. Seeing that the evening mist had already risen, Zhu Juanfeng's face was illuminated by a layer of orange. He looked at the floating clouds in the sky and sighed, "Today's scene is no different from yesterday. We only saw the sun rise and the moon set, and the stars moved. However, how can the things that happened today be described with a few words? How can anyone think of today's disaster at this moment yesterday?" Mo Jianli nodded slowly. "Junfeng is right. What we see now is ordinary. It is the future that the people who died today hoped for. What you feel now is the past that we can't go back to in the future." Zhu Junfeng raised his eyebrows, as if he had understood something. He almost turned his head to look at the figures of Xiao Hua and the others who had already disappeared. He said, "Perhaps only someone like Senior Xiao, who turns around and leaves, leaving behind the same worries, can truly understand." -11. Chapter 32-28. Troubles are created by people. No one can avoid them. Mo Jianli shook his head slightly. Senior Xiao's cultivation is powerful, but he has his troubles too. He has his past that he has never run away from. His cultivation is his, Xiao Jian's cultivation is Xiao Jian's. Our cultivation can only be ours. Ha ha ha, Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng laughed and cupped his hands. "I've learned. Everyone's cultivation path is different in this world. The Buddhist sect has its Buddhist sect, the Confucian sect has its Confucian sect, and his Daoist sect has its Daoist sect. The Buddhist sect talks about delivering all living beings from torment. The Confucian sect talks about transcending the mortal world. We pursue righteousness, self-cultivation, family governance, and world peace. What about Senior Xiao's Daoist sect? It seems to be to clear one's heart, condense one's nature, and merge with the Tao." Mo Jianli didn't quite understand and whispered. "Perhaps Tilda." Zhu Junfeng nodded. "They don't care about the common people, but I can't. They can all leave freely, but this Zhu cannot just wash my hands of this matter. Just come, let this Zhu see what kind of great power the Buddhist sect has, able to chase away my Longevity Academy from Longevity Town." Junfeng. Mo Jianli knew what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. He shook his head and said, "We're just doing our best to help the world. This is cultivation and saving people. If it's purely a battle between the immortals and Buddhas, it's not good. Although it's hard to cross all obstacles, it's hard to find gold after blowing sand. Although the Buddhist sect's appearance is bewitching, only we Confucian sect can help the common people. Junfeng, you're the last true gold. There's no need to complain. Haha, Mr. Mo is right." Zhu Junfeng seemed to understand. He smiled and said, "I've been thinking too much. It's still early to think about the future. I'm sure the sect knows about what happened in Changsheng Town and will have a solution. I'm just thinking about how to make the people in Changsheng Town feel at ease." "Indeed." Mo Jianli nodded and said, "Now that Changsheng Town is short of food, you'd better send the academy disciples to buy food elsewhere to calm the people. The county governor's emissary will probably arrive in 2 days. They'll definitely be escorting food." Zhu Junfeng explained, "The king of the kingdom of Shi is wise. He was able to consider such matters. The county governor and the others will not be negligent." At this point, Zhu Junfeng said curiously, "That Senior Xiao Huaxiao is also very interesting. He doesn't seem like a Daoist expert at all. He actually knows so much about farming, and is even more of a Confucian cultivator than me. This junior is truly surprise." "Indeed," Mo Jianli said thoughtfully. "This senior must be a descendant of the great Confucian scholar and has cultivated in the mortal world. However, Due to some unforeseen circumstances, he decided to cultivate instead. "Oh, you can take the food in this small cosmos sack. I don't think there's much, but it's all Senior's goodwill." As he spoke, Mo Jianli took out a small universal bag and handed it to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng took it and said, "No matter how much it is, it's a timely rain that can save some people. It's 10,000 times better than the flashy Buddhist sect." Just now, in front of Xiao Huaxiao, the two Confucian cultivators were naturally too embarrassed to check the contents of the small universal bag. Now that Zhu Junfeng scanned it with his divine sense, they almost cried out in surprise. "What's wrong?" Mo Jianli was shocked and hurriedly looked at Zhu Junfeng. "Mr. Mo, you can take a look." Zhu Junfeng's expression was indescribable as he handed the small universal bag back to Mo Jianli. Looking at Zhu Junfeng's expression, Mo Jianli realized that he had been careless. When he looked at it with his divine sense, he was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. "Goodness! This is what it means to have a Buddha in every home. This is what it means to have a heart for the people. Although today I saw with my own eyes that Senior Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect almost became a bodhisattva, the compassion in Senior Xiao's heart is no less than Senior Ci Hang's. The food in his bag is basically enough to save 10 longevity towns. Where did Senior Xiao get so much food?" Zhu Junfeng was a little confused. "I heard that Xiao Jian of the Jiang Chao Temple can barely make ends meet every day. And this food seems to be different from what the longevity towns use daily. You can only ask Senior Xiao face to face." Mo Jianli smiled and patted Zhu Junfeng's shoulder. "With this food, the longevity towns will be in chaos even if they want to. Your last worry is also gone." "That's right, Tilda. I will let them see if this food is edible. This disciple will distribute the food." Zhu Junfeng made a decision. Of course, this name should belong to the Jiang Chao Temple. Jiang Chao Temple? The Jiang Chao Temple has already been taken over by the Xiao Jin Temple, right? Mo Jianli shook his head. "Using the name of the Jiang Chao Temple, won't the Buddhist sect benefit from it? Then, it's not suitable to use the name of the Taoist sect directly, right?" Zhu Junfeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then use the name of spiritual master Xiao. Before today, this name was also very famous. Xiao Hua's space originally had rice and millet seeds, but in these 100 years, not only did Xiao Hua not worry about it, even the green-robed Xiao Hua did not care about the rice and millet seeds. On the other hand, that white, fat, and cute little fruit was very competent. Whether it was rice or millet seeds, they were all planted in time and harvested in time. On the vast plains in the space, there were a lot of food piled up. 100 years of harvest Xiao Hua was stunned when he saw it. But he did not expect that these seemingly useless food would now start the first flame of spiritual master Xiao's miracle on the hidden immortal continent. At this time, Xiao Hua was naturally sitting comfortably in the carriage and chatting with Liu Yi. Liu Yi was very clever. Although he was young, his fate was full of misfortune. His mother died early, leaving only Liu Yi and his father to rely on each other. His father's character was not good. He was addicted to drinking and gambling. Especially because of the departure of his beloved wife, he blamed this crime on Liu Yi. Not to mention the love that a child wanted, he didn't even take care of him. Liu Yi had suffered a lot since he was young. It was normal for him to be hungry and not have a meal. Those beatings and insults were also common. It was more than what he ate. And when he was a little older, everywhere he went, he was kicked to the street by his father and begged from house to house. In the beginning, Liu Yi was too young and didn't know how to beg. He would often return empty-handed. At that time, Liu Yi's father would kick and punch him, teaching him a harsh lesson. Liu Yi would starve and cry at night. After a long time, the smart Liu Yi gradually learned how to beg, so that he would not be hungry. He even used the leftovers to feed his father. Just like that, Liu Yi followed his father through city after city, town after town, and finally arrived at Longevity Town. At this time, Liu Yi's father's body had been hollowed out by the wine. Not only could he no longer punch or kick Liu Yi, he was also paralyzed on the straw on the ground, unable to move. Thus, Liu Yi stayed in the longevity town and waited on his father until he passed away. Liu Yi did not have the money to prepare for his father's funeral, but he was also unwilling to let his only relative be wrapped in a straw mat and hurriedly abandoned in the wilderness. After thinking about it, he finally made a decision, which was to enter the longevity town's cloak gang. In the entire longevity town, this was the only place that could accept Liu Yi and provide him with enough money. Xiaojin Temple and Longevity Academy could not accept. Do you know? Immortal Master. It was already late at night, the sky was dotted with stars, there were no people or carriages on the main road, only the sound of a few horses' hooves was particularly loud in the silence. Liu Yi's eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky, his voice also spread further and further in the night sky. When father beat this little one hated him to death. I always felt that I would be beaten to death by him, I always hoped that he would die sooner. But when he could not move, seeing his pitiful appearance, this little one could not bear it. After all, he was this little one's only relative, and also this little one's biological father. If this little one did not care, he would definitely starve to death in a day. This little one could not ignore it. However, this little one did not like him at all, wanting to return everything he had given this little one back to him. However, when this little one threw the leftovers in his face after he spoke ill of me, this little one discovered for the first time that not only was there no remorse or hatred in his eyes, there was instead a kind of gratification, a kind of peace. This little one seemed to have suddenly understood something. Father, although his character was not good, he still loved this little one. He knew that he would not live for long, but he was also worried about this little one's future, so he began to teach this little one the ways of life from a young age, but his methods were really cruel. So, from then on, this little one began to pay attention to father's eyes, as well as the eyes of others. From these people's eyes, this little one discovered a lot of things. In particular, before father passed away, this little one saw that kind of love, that kind of yearning, that kind of reluctance in father's eyes. Although Liu Yi's voice was faint, and his tone was flat, the sound of his rapid breathing revealed the agitation in his heart. After father left, this little one mingled in the cloak gang again, and from the eyes of the gang members, this little one saw the disgust and fierceness that had never been seen in father's eyes before. This little one finally understood that although father had been harsh to this little one since young, he also had no choice. When he hit this little one, he hurt this little one in his heart. That kind of complicated look in his eyes will always be unforgettable to this little one. After father left, there was no more life in this world in this little one's eyes. Although this little one no longer needed to be beaten, this little one really missed those days of being beaten. Although this little one's body hurt, this little one's heart had someone to rely on. As long as I could see father's shadow and hear father's voice, this little one's heart would be at ease. Liu Yi continued, it's a pity that those days have become this little one's eternal memories, and this little one can no longer return to the past. Until one day, this little one saw Xiao Yun on the banks of Liao River. Seeing the panic and helplessness in Xiao Yun's eyes, this little one immediately thought of this little one's childhood. At that time, although this little one felt that life was worse than death, this little one did not panic. No matter how helpless this little one was, this little one still had someone to rely on. Xiao Yun's appearance was so pitiful. Her clothes did not cover her body, and her body was covered with dirty seaweed and many fleas. This little one knew that if this little one did not take care of her, she would definitely freeze to death in the cold winter night. So, this little one brought her back. Although this little one was not a good person, this little one could at least support her and make her a good person. -11. Chapter 32-29. When I first met Master Immortal, I thought that Master Immortal was just an ordinary youth. From top to bottom, Master Immortal didn't have any otherworldly appearance. Daoist Xiao and the old monk Ming, you were both older than you. However, although you saw me stealing money, you didn't catch me. Although I was a little disrespectful to Master Immortal, I knew that Master Immortal didn't care, because I didn't see any disdain or malice in your eyes. There was only a kind of peace and tranquility. It was also this kind of peace that made me feel safe for the first time after my father passed away. Even when you saved me, I only saw a kind of disdain in Master Immortal's eyes. This kind of disdain made me feel ashamed of my inferiority. I knew that Master Immortal was definitely not an ordinary person. When I heard about the miracle of the river and tide temple, I immediately had a feeling that I had to find Master Immortal. Only Master Immortal could save Xiao Yun. Only Master Immortal could get me out of the quagmire of the Cloak Gang. Rumble. At this point, a rumbling sound came from Liu Yi's stomach. It had been several hours since the afternoon. Xiao Hua naturally didn't feel anything, but Liu Yi and the others hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Naturally, they were already hungry. Phew. A small black shadow flew out from Yuan Ye's horse and landed on the carriage beside Liu Yi. Xiao Hua looked at it. It was Yuan Ye's usual meat bun. Liu Yi touched it, opened it, and took a big bite. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Ya, for the bun." Yuan Ya replied and didn't say anything else. His voice was actually trembling. Xiao Hua could see clearly that Yuan Ya was biting his lips tightly. Although Liu Yi's life was bitter, he had followed his father since he was young. Yuan Ya did not know who his father and mother were. He only followed the wild animals in the forest as he grew up. His life was even more bitter than Liu Yi's. Xiao Hua looked at Liu Yi's thin back. In the night, it seemed a little thin. Compared to Yuanya's muscular waist and arms, it was a far cry. However, Liu Yi's quick-wittedness and calmness were something that Yuanya could not compare to. In particular, Xiao Hua had casually killed the two villains from the Cloak Gang in the small courtyard of the Longevity Town. Xiao Hua had only instructed Liu Yi to keep it a secret, but Liu Yi seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Even when Liu Yi mentioned it to Xiao Hua a few times, he only skimmed over it, not revealing the slightest bit of information. This made Xiao Hua very satisfied. As for Xiao Yun's matter, Xiao Hua told him not to ask about it, so he didn't ask about it. If it was Xiao Hua himself, he probably would have asked the moment he left Longevity Town, right? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, "Liu Yi, your experience is a kind of tempering for you. It's the best life gift your father has given you. It's a pity that you met this old man too late. This old man couldn't meet your father who had such foresight. However, since you met this old man now, this is your fate. Everything that you were afraid of in the past, from today onwards, you don't have to be afraid anymore." Actually, in Xiao Hua's opinion, Liu Yi's father might not be as good as Liu Yi said. Even, the so-called tempering and the like were all Liu Yi's own ideas. However, was the nature of Shu Liuyi's father important right now? Was the original intention of scolding Liu Yi important? Everyone had their own idols. Their father was the first person they worshipped in their life. Whether good or bad, it would have some influence on them. Since Liu Yi didn't become twisted because of his past experience, why couldn't Xiao Hua become the hero in Liu Yi's heart? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Liu Yi's body trembled. He resisted an indescribable intuition. Before Xiao Hua could speak, he said in a trembling voice, "Yes, Immortal Master, this little one understand. This little one serving Immortal Master is a great opportunity. In the future, I don't have to be afraid of anything in the world." He. Xiao Hua laughed. It was easy to talk to a clever child like Liu Yi. However, he immediately said solemnly, "But, Liu Yi, you have to know that before anyone has a great divine ability, they can't be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. To have a divine ability, you have to pay a price far beyond what you think. This price is far more difficult than what you think now. What food and clothing, what bullying, in front of this price, it's nothing but grass. As for the specifics, even if this old man told you now, you wouldn't know." Immortal Master. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Liu Yi turned around and kneeled on the carriage. He kowtowed and said, "This little one earnestly asks Immortal Master to teach me the heaven-piercing technique so that this little one can laugh proudly in the hidden Immortal Continent and spread Immortal Master's fame." Ha ha ha, heaven-piercing technique. Xiao Hua's laughter seemed very loud in the night. This old man here doesn't have any heaven-piercing technique. Liu Yi leaned on the carriage and let the carriage slowly move forward. He didn't speak. You can get up. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, since this old man wants to accept you as a servant, I naturally have the intention to borrow your strength. Of course, this old man also won't be stingy. Cultivation techniques. I will also choose some for you. As for how well you cultivate and what your future achievements will be, it will depend on your own ability. Many thanks. Immortal Master Liu Yi forcibly restrained his excitement and said in a low voice, this disciple dares not to cultivate diligently and sully Immortal Master's fame. He, you can get up. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, it's still too early to accept you as a disciple. Let's talk about it when you have the opportunity in the future. Yes, this little one understands. Liu Yi was already prepared in his heart. Even if he joined the cloak gang, there was still a test. How could it be so easy for an expert like Xiao Hua to accept a disciple? He responded and got up to continue driving the carriage. In addition, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again. He wanted to tell Liu Yi about Xiao Yun's matter. He knew that Liu Yi was a person with deep feelings and would definitely want to know about Xiao Yun's whereabouts. However, when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. He was a very curious person and wanted to ask about everything he encountered. He wanted to get to the bottom of everything. Now that he met someone who could calm down his temper, why must he reveal everything? Why not wait and see? If he didn't say anything, when would Liu Yi ask? This was also a kind of test, right? Immortal Master. After waiting for a moment, Liu Yi didn't see Xiao Hua continue to speak. He asked curiously, do you have any instructions? Nothing. Just call this old man Xiao Daoist in the future. There's no need to call me Immortal Master. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it won't be too late to call me that when this old man becomes an immortal. Sigh. When Liu Yi heard this, he almost choked. After a moment, he suppressed his heart that was about to jump out of his throat and carefully said, this little one understands, Xiao Daois. Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Jian, who was standing in front of Yuan Ya. He understood that Xiao Jian's story might be even more than Yuan Ya and Liu Yi's combined. Xiao Hua's feelings didn't only come from these dozen or so days, from what Xiao Jian vaguely said, as well as the appearance of those two Buddhist sect guards, even more so from when Xiao Jian received the steed from Longevity Academy's disciple, mounted it in an extremely skilled manner, the instant he raised the horsewhip, that surging expression. However, Xiao Jian's shrewdness was really too deep. He knew that Xiao Hua's impression of Yuan Ya was not bad. Yuan Ya had arrogantly asked to become his disciple several times. Even though Xiao Hua ignored him, he still vaguely pointed out that Yuan Ya had a master and he wouldn't accept Yuan Ya as his disciple. Yuan Ya couldn't tell, but how could Xiao Jian not? However, he didn't mention giving Yuan Ya to Xiao Hua at all. Moreover, it was clear that Xiao Jian needed Xiao Hua's help, but he also wanted to maximize his own benefits. Therefore, Xiao Hua knew what Xiao Jian was thinking, but didn't bring up this topic. He wanted to see just how Xiao Jian was going to open his mouth and bargain with him. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Let's find a secluded and safe place. We'll rest for a bit. Yes, this junior understands. What Xiao Jian was thinking, only he knew. Ever since they left Longevity Town, he didn't say much, only hurrying along. When he heard Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly replied. Only, when he raised his eyes and looked around, apart from the faint moonlight scattering down on the great path and mountain streams, the sounds of insects and wind by his ears, how could he tell where was a quiet place? However, after riding for a while, a slightly flat slope appeared on the side of the road. Xiao Jian hurriedly pointed, calling out, Senior, what do you think about that place? This old man doesn't care. Xiao Hua said with a smile. If you all think it's fine, then it's fine. Xiao Jian turned his horse around and looked at Xiao Hua's young face under the moonlight. Although this young man called himself an old man, he didn't feel anything wrong. Thinking back to his previous actions, he was actually that cold to Xiao Hua just because he suspected that Xiao Hua was sent by someone else. Xiao Hua, he was really blind. Different from Xiao Jian's thoughts, Xiao Hua didn't feel anything when Yuan Ya or Liu Yi called themselves an old man. After all, they were still young. However, Xiao Jian was already old. Looking at this face that was much older than him, Xiao Hua knew that he was older than him, but calling him an old man was still awkward. This junior understands. Let's rest here tonight. Xiao Jian turned his horse around and swung his horsewhip. The horse rushed out of the uneven road and rushed up the slope. By the time Liu Yi drove the carriage to the gentle slope, Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya had already dismounted and loosened the reins. They were eating the grass nearby while they waited respectfully. You all should do what you need to do. Xiao Hua's figure flew up from the carriage and landed on the ground in the distance. He said, "This old man has already placed everything in the carriage that can be used in the tidal river temple." Yes. When Yuan Ya heard this, he hurriedly jumped onto the carriage. Sure enough, the originally empty carriage was already filled with things. Yuan Ya's hands and feet were nimble. He took down the tools from the carriage, then bent down and placed his ear on the ground to listen for a moment. He then took the wooden bucket, iron pot and other things and went to another place. In that direction, Xiao Hua had already used his divine sense to see a stream flowing by. As for Liu Yi, he also obediently ran up the slope and picked up a lot of dry wood under the big tree. Xiao Jian also didn't stay idle. He took the horses from the carriage and sent them to the grassland, allowing them to eat grass. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged, and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't walk over. -11. Chapter 32:30. Not long after, Liu Yi started a fire on the slope. Yuan Ya also washed the iron pot and brought back some water. After taking the food from the carriage, he started to cook over the fire. Oh! It sounded like a wolf's howl from afar. Yuan Ya looked up and whispered a few words to Liu Yi. Then, he quickly ran towards the sound of the wolf's howl. His figure jumped on the slope at an extremely fast speed. After half an hour, Yuan Ya came back. There were some bloodstains on his body and he carried a black thing on his shoulder. Liu Yi saw that it was actually half a wild boar. Then, Yuan Ya took out a short knife and skillfully cut up the wild boar. He skewered it on a branch and roasted it over the fire. Seeing the wild boar meat sizzling in the firelight and the rich fragrance coming out, Liu Yi's saliva almost flowed out. He was waiting for the boar meat to be ready so that he could eat it. Liu Yi. At this moment, Xiao Hua said, "Come here." "Yes, Daoist Xiao." Liu Yi heard and stood up without hesitation. He quickly walked over to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a fasting pill. He handed it to Liu Yi and said, "This is my Daoist fasting pill. After taking it, you won't be hungry or thirsty for 7 days. Are you willing to take it? This is an immortal pill. Daoist Xiao should keep it for yourself." Liu Yi was shocked. He thought of the rumors he heard and hurriedly waved his hand. Xiao Hua said indifferently, "I only want to ask you, are you willing to take it?" "I am willing." Liu Yi said honestly, "I used to be afraid of hunger. I even dreamed of taking this immortal pill. Eat it." Xiao Hua flicked his finger and the fasting pill fell into Liu Yi's hand. Liu Yi immediately put it in his mouth and closed his eyes. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Daoist Xiao. I am not hungry anymore. Do you want to eat Yuan Ya's roasted meat?" "Yes." Liu Yi didn't hide it. "I have a secret technique here. It will allow you to use the essence of heaven and earth to temper your meridians and bones. It will become the foundation for you to be free in the future. Are you willing to practice it?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Liu Yi was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Then, he realized that this happiness came too quickly. He hurriedly bowed down and said, "Disciple, you don't have to call yourself my disciple." Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him. "It's just a simple qi refinement technique. If you succeed in cultivating it, then this old man can accept you as his disciple. Otherwise, you're still you. Even if you can enter the ranks, you can't call this old man master." "Yes, yes." Liu Yi's voice was trembling. He could tell that this cultivation method could allow him to enter the ranks. Even if he entered the ranks, he might not be able to call Xiao Hua master. Then, with Xiao Hua's cultivation, the importance of this cultivation method was self-evident. After qi refining, the world's grains and meat might not be edible anymore. Xiao Hua smelled the fragrance of meat in the distance and said, "Are you willing?" "This disciple is willing." Hearing Xiao Hua's somewhat shoddy test method, Liu Yi's expression turned respectful. Without the slightest neglect, he hurriedly replied. "Okay." As Xiao Hua spoke, he waved his hand and threw out several yellow talismans. With a flash of light, a silencing spell was cast. Then, Xiao Hua said, "Come here. Close your eyes and sit in front of this old man. This old man wants to see how your aptitude is." "Yes, immortal master." The excited Liu Yi couldn't help but call Xiao Hua immortal master. Liu Yi naturally understood that Xiao Hua wanted to teach him the cultivation method. This was something he had never dreamed of. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and still waved his hand, saying, "This old man hasn't agreed to accept you as a disciple." "Don't be so excited. Yes, Daoist priest, this little one understands." Seeing Xiao Hua repeatedly deny accepting him as a disciple, Liu Yi also felt a little strange. Could it be that he was really too shoddy? Actually, it was quite funny. Xiao Hua had achieved success in his cultivation, and his cultivation was also profound, but all of his mystical powers had been developed by himself. Xiao Hongyu of Shonghua Ming had never given him any pointers, and neither had Helplessness of the Imperial Thunder Sect. On the contrary, it was Xiong Yang who had taught him a lot. When he was on the Dawn Rain continent, Xiao Hua also didn't accept any disciples. Whether it was giving cultivation methods to others or setting up the fortune gate, he just threw out the jade slips and other things and didn't care about them anymore. At this moment, he felt really awkward to be teaching an aura refining technique to a secular person who had never practiced Daoist magic. He felt that it was inappropriate for Liu Yi to be his disciple. After all, he was already a late gold core stage cultivator. How could he accept a secular person who had no foundation in cultivation as his disciple? Moreover, it was his first disciple. However, Liu Yi's luck was very good. First, he was clever. Second, he was kind. Third, some of Xiao Hua's merit in the longevity town was related to Liu Yi. If Xiao Hua didn't give Liu Yi some benefits, there would be some karma. The most important thing was that Xiao Hua now had to find a way to refine the earth crystal yarrow milk in his body. It wasn't suitable for him to fly around the hidden immortal continent. He had a lot of time to guide Liu Yi's cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua had the idea of teaching Daoist cultivation methods to Liu Yi. Seeing Liu Yi sit down cross-legged, Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and pointed at the back of Liu Yi's head. Then, a strand of true essence entered Liu Yi's body. Just now, on the carriage, Xiao Hua had already taken a look at the qi refining jade slips sent by Zhong Qingxiao. Inside them, there were methods and spells to check the attributes of the body. Oh! After a moment, Xiao Hua was slightly surprised and his brows wrinkled. Xiao Hua actually couldn't check the attributes of Liu Yi's body. Could it be that something went wrong when I used it for the first time? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and slightly closed his eyes. He pondered over the method in his mind and once again pointed his finger at the back of Liu Yi's head. This method was very simple. For a cultivator like Xiao Hua, it wasn't very difficult. However, after a few breaths of time, the doubt on Xiao Hua's face became even stronger. Could it be that Liu Yi's physique is heterogeneous and unsuitable for cultivation? Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He immediately understood the root of the problem. Then, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and several rays of brilliance entered Liu Yi's body. After Xiao Hua withdrew his magic power, ripples began to appear on the surface of Liu Yi's body. These ripples surged out layer by layer. Red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors flowed out like fireworks. After half a cup of tea's time, they converged into Liu Yi's body. During this time, not a single color could last for long on the surface of Liu Yi's body. Alas, it's really like this. Xiao Hua sighed. Although he didn't have a magic tool that specialized in screening one's physique and could truly determine whether Liu Yi could cultivate, this method and spell were no different from magic tools in the hands of a late nascent soul cultivator like him, whose strength was comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator. Since this spell already showed that Liu Yi's physique was heterogeneous and none of the 5 elements were obvious, then he was a pure secular person and unsuitable to cultivate Daoist spells. Liu Yi naturally didn't know that his fate had been determined. He was still sitting cross-legged. Although his eyes were closed, his face was brimming with excitement. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Liu Yi, get up." "Yes, Daoist Elder Xiao." Liu Yi replied and hurriedly got up. He stood there respectfully and looked at Xiao Hua with eyes full of expectation. Xiao Hua actually couldn't bear it and said, "Your physique, this old man has already seen it. It doesn't seem suitable to cultivate my sect's cultivation method." "Of course, this old man will take another look." Liu Yi's face sank and an indescribable pain flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly put on a smile and said, "Daoist Elder Xiao, it's okay. This little one is just a mortal. It's normal that I don't have the fate to become an immortal. If this little one hadn't met Daoist Elder, I wouldn't have known that there was a path of cultivation and wouldn't have thought of cultivating." Xiao Hua could naturally feel the disappointment in his heart. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Xiao Hua could only smile and say, "It's all this old man's fault for being reckless. I didn't carefully examine your physique and just casually read it out for you. How about this, since you can't cultivate the Daoist sect's divine ability, this old man will help you look at the Confucian sect and Buddhist sect. They don't seem to have high requirements for physique. This little one doesn't dare to ask for too much." In just a moment, Liu Yi regained his calm and said respectfully, "This little one only asks to be able to serve Daoist Elder. It doesn't matter if I cultivate or not." "All right." Xiao Hua raised his hand and the restriction around him disappeared. He said, "Go and rest." Liu Yi got up and prepared to walk to the side of the fire to rest. When Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye heard Xiao Hua calling Liu Yi over, their eyes were already looking over there. Their ears also straightened. Unfortunately, other than the first few words, they didn't hear anything else. The two of them naturally knew that this was Xiao Hua's technique and couldn't help but secretly regret it. However, when they were disappointed, Liu Yi's body actually emitted a faint brilliance in the dark night, attracting their attention again. At this time, Liu Yi left Xiao Hua's side and returned to the side of the fire. Although he didn't say anything, his face was filled with depression. After all, he was still a teenager. Although he said he didn't care, how could he not have thought about it after pondering for a long time? "Brother Liu." Without waiting for Liu Yi to sit down, Yuan Ye handed him a piece of roasted wild boar meat and said in a low voice, "Did the Immortal Master teach you a supreme divine ability?" Yuan Ye was originally this boring. This time, it was okay. He actually handed over a piece of meat before speaking. Liu Yi looked at Yuan Ye unhappily. He bit his lip, waved his hand, and said with a forced smile, "Brother Ye, Daoist Elder gave me a medicinal pill. I'm not hungry now. You can eat this wild boar meat yourself." "Ah, an immortal pill?" Yuan Ye's eyes flashed with fanaticism. He looked at the roasted meat that he was drooling over just a moment ago. Now, he seemed to feel that it didn't have the same fragrance as before. Then, he asked again, "Brother Liu, your luck is really good. The Immortal Master actually gave you an immortal pill. Also, then, what did the Immortal Master teach you? Can you tell me?" Hearing Yuan Ye's repeated questions, Liu Yi almost wanted to cry. It wasn't easy to encounter an immortal opportunity, but he actually couldn't cultivate. That kind of disappointment was really unbearable. -11. Chapter 32-31. Little brother, my aptitude is not good enough, I can't cultivate. Liu Yi said word by word, tears almost rolling in his eyes. "Ah!" Yuan Ye was startled and hurriedly said with a smile, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay if you can't cultivate, it's not bad to be able to accompany Immortal Master. Look at me, I want to accompany Immortal Master, but Immortal Master doesn't want me. At the end, Yuan Ye muttered to himself, I don't know what my aptitude is like. It seemed that Yuan Ye's words of comfort to Liu Yi were not the main point. The main point was the last sentence. Liu Yi curled his lips and slightly lifted his finger, saying in a low voice, whether your aptitude is good or not, little brother doesn't know. Look at this Daoist Xiao. Yuan Ye looked in the direction of Liu Yi's finger. Xiao Jian, who didn't say anything just now, was already holding a piece of roasted wild boar meat in his hand. He had already run in front of Xiao Hua. Master! Yuan Ye was startled. He almost lost his voice and said in a low voice, He knows that Immortal Master Xiao doesn't eat the food of mortals. He. Liu Yi laughed and raised his hand, wiping away the tears that overflowed from his eyes. But Immortal Master is still a human, not an immortal. Although Immortal Master doesn't eat, as a junior, you must have the attitude of a junior. That's right, Xiao Hua was still a human after all. Seeing Xiao Jian holding the fragrant wild boar meat and carefully asking him if he was willing to try this delicacy, he could only smile and wave his hand, saying, You can eat it later. This old man doesn't eat meat anymore. Hehe, this junior knows. Xiao Jian looked at the roasted meat in his hand and said with a smile, Roasted meat is Ye's specialty. This junior couldn't help but want to let senior have a taste. After all, senior greatly increased the face of our Daoist sect yesterday. This junior has nothing to show respect to you. Hey, it's nothing. Xiao Hua heard this and didn't point it out. He smiled and said, You saved this old man. This old man is just giving you a reward. Xiao Jian's face turned slightly red. He immediately thought of his face when he saw Xiao Hua and said with a smile, That day, this junior lost his composure, please forgive me. Xiao Hua said with a smile, What you did was normal, what crime is there? It's fine as long as I don't blame you. Xiao Jian smiled embarrassedly and casually glanced at Liu Yi in the distance. He said, Senior, you really have the ability to see through people. Brother Liu is a clever person. If he can cultivate my Taoist cultivation technique, he might be of great help to you. His physique isn't suitable for cultivation. I'm afraid I can't teach him the basics of cultivation. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything. Oh. His physique is not suitable for cultivation. Xiao Jian finally brought up the topic of cultivation. He was secretly delighted, but he still asked curiously, I remember that when this junior was cultivating as a child, there was no such thing as a suitable physique. Ayo, that's right. Xiao Hua slaps his own forehead and comes to a realization. Right now, it's the hidden immortal continent, not the daybreak continent. This world's spiritual energy, perhaps, is different. Are people's aptitudes also different? Before this Xiao left the Dawn Rain continent, the heaven and earth spirit chi seemed to have changed. Many disciples of the cultivation clans had their bloodlines awakened, and the cultivation sect's method of selecting disciples was no longer useful. Perhaps this Xiao's physique inspection technique is also no longer useful? Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua looks at Xiao Jian and says, Close your eyes and sit down. This old man will take a look. Yes. Xiao Jian's voice is somewhat trembling. He hastily sits down and very skillfully crosses his legs. His two hands form a seal and place in front of his chest. The seal that Xiao Jian formed looks somewhat unfamiliar to Xiao Hua, but there is no doubt that this seal is the Dao Sect's seal. In the past, Xiao Jian indeed cultivated Dao Sect's cultivation technique. It's just that because he was unwilling to talk about it, it caused his cultivation to be crippled, right? Xiao Hua ponders for a moment. His hands rub again and several rays of light enter Xiao Jian's body. Then, similar rays of light appear on the surface of Xiao Jian's body. Sure enough Xiao Hua inhales a breath. He knows that his guess is correct. Xiao Jian's physique is also a mixture of the 5 elements. It's not a cultivation physique. Since Xiao Jian can cultivate, then Liu Yi can also cultivate. There are only 2 questions left. One is what kind of cultivation technique Xiao Jian cultivates. The second is the hidden immortal continent's chi refinement cultivation technique the same as the Dawn Rain continent's? Senior. When the rays of light on the surface of his body disappear, Xiao Jian opens his mouth and says, Senior, What did you discover? Your physique is also not suitable for cultivation, Xiao Hua says indifferently. Xiao Jian is anxious. Senior, you didn't discover anything else? No. Xiao Hua shakes his head. Then, he asks, what is your cultivation technique? Can you tell this old man? Sorry. Xiao Jian slightly shakes his head. Junior, cannot tell senior. Xiao Jian's answer is not out of Xiao Hua's expectation. He thinks for a moment and asks, what kind of test did you go through? Did you choose different cultivation techniques according to the results of the test? Junior does not need to go through the test. Xiao Jian replies, but Junior has seen different cultivation techniques. Among them, there is one that is effective for Junior. Junior chose that cultivation technique. Oh, Xiao Hua hears, slightly nods his head and says, call Liu Yi over. Yes. Yes. Xiao Jian sees Xiao Hua avoiding the topic and is somewhat helpless. He agrees and turns around to leave. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua suddenly speaks. Xiao Jian is overjoyed and hurriedly turns his head. Senior, what instructions do you have? These are a few sweet dates. They are very good to eat. You and Yuanya can have one each, Xiao Hua says, and with a wave of his hand, 2 fist-sized red dates appear in his hand. He passes them to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian is really disappointed, but he still respectfully accepts and thanks Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua quickly returns to the side of the fire. Liu Yi was originally a bit sleepy, but when he hears Xiao Hua's call, he immediately becomes spirited again. He jogs in front of Xiao Hua and says, Daoist, what is the matter? Hehe, I was a bit impatient. Seeing that Liu Yi's eyes are somewhat unable to open, Xiao Hua says with a smile, you go and rest. We will talk about it tomorrow morning. Yes. Liu Yi is very clever. After hearing Xiao Hua's order, he immediately takes out some bedding from the carriage. After giving it to Xiao Jian and Yuanya, he also lies down with his clothes on. In a moment, he enters a dream. In the dream, he rides a flying sword and gallops between heaven and earth. A trace of a smile also hangs on the corner of his mouth. The fire is extinguished, the night is deep. Even the faint wolf howls from a moment ago can no longer be heard. Only the snoring sound of Xiao Jian and the other 2 echoes in the darkness. This day is really too long. The experience of this day is enough for them to use a lifetime to recollect. They are indeed too tired. In the night, 2 eyes that are as bright as the stars in the sky are looking at the distance with great spirit. Xiao Hua does not seem to be sleepy. Instead, he mutters in a low voice, it's a bit strange. Could it be that the cultivation method of hidden immortal continent's Daoist sect is really different from Dawn Rain continent? But if it is not a 5 elements physique, how can one sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth? How can one draw spiritual energy into the body? Perhaps the cultivation method of hidden immortal continent is unique and can let ordinary people sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. This is also not very possible. The Daoist sect of the 3 continents has already declined, and the Daoist sect of Dawn Rain continent is at its peak. Why can't the Daoist sect of Dawn Rain continent find a way to do it? Also, the spiritual energy of hidden immortal continent is exactly the same as Dawn Rain continent. At least this Xiao did not discover any difference. All cultivation methods and secret techniques can be used here. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is denser than Dawn Rain continent. I can only look for some Daoist Qi refining cultivation methods first. Let's see what the so-called foundation establishment, consecration, fusion, heart stirring, spirit stillness, and other realms are all about. Xiao Hua's gaze looks at Xiao Jian's figure not far away, and says with a smile, since you don't let this Xiao see, then this Xiao can't see? How can there not be Daoist sect cultivation methods in a place where there are vitality stones transactions? Now you want to provoke this Xiao's curiosity again and again, want this Xiao to take the initiative to ask about your story, but why should this Xiao enter the trap? Since you don't want to say, this Xiao will naturally not mention, this Xiao will also not take the initiative to check your meridians and dantian. Your enemy is an entire country. No matter how powerful this Xiao is, it is impossible for this Xiao to be the opponent of an entire country right now. When Liu Yi wakes up, The sky is already bright. He wipes away the saliva at the corner of his mouth with a very red face, then looks regretfully at Xiao Hua, who is already using the Big Dipper God fist in the distance, secretly hating himself for waking up too late. About 10 zhong to Liu Yi's left, Yuan Ye has already assumed a posture and is practicing with Xiao Hua. It looks like he also has the appearance of a master. Liu Yi habitually touches his stomach. Sure enough, it is as Xiao Hua said, the intense hunger that he usually feels when he wakes up in the morning did not attack him today. He still feels full like yesterday. Looking around, it seems that other than flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground in his dream last night, everything is like a dream. Liu Yi tilde Xiao Hua calls from afar, follow this old man's movements, see if you can learn it. Yes, this little one understands. Liu Yi is overjoyed, he hurriedly stares at Xiao Hua's movements, his hands and arms dance at the same time. After half a meal, Xiao Hua asks, Liu Yi, do you have any special feeling? Special feeling? Liu Yi is slightly dazed, he does not know what Xiao Hua is talking about. Oh, that means there is no special feeling. Xiao Hua looks at Liu Yi's blank expression, he knows that he did not really practice the Big Dipper God fist. He says again, you stop, this old man has something to say to you. Yes, tilde Liu Yi hurriedly stops his movements, he stands there very respectfully. But Yuan Ye, who is about 10 zhong, looks at Xiao Hua, he opens his mouth to say something, but when he sees a flash of brilliance around Xiao Hua and Liu Yi, he can only see Xiao Hua's mouth moving, he can no longer hear Xiao Hua's voice. Yuan Ye closes his mouth again. Inside the silent restriction, Xiao Hua frankly and sincerely says to Liu Yi, this old man has never accepted a disciple before, you are the first one. This old man has never had the experience of teaching other people a cultivation technique from the beginning, therefore, yesterday's test seems to have some problem. -11. Chapter 32-32. Seeing the joy in Liu Yi's eyes, Xiao Hua hurriedly waves his hand and says, of course, this doesn't mean that you will definitely be able to cultivate. Don't be happy too early. I thought about it last night. Now I have several different cultivation methods. If you are willing, I can teach you one by one. You can see for yourself which one is useful. Immortal Master. Liu Yi's gratitude in his heart is incomparable. He really couldn't imagine that he would be able to obtain several different cultivation methods. He can't help but call out Immortal Master and kneels on the ground. He is so excited that tears flow down, as if he wants to turn last night's depression into sobs. You don't have to be like this. Xiao Hua says with a smile, I am only giving you some insignificant things. Whether you can step on this road in the future will depend on yourself. In particular, I am also doing an experiment on your body to see if my idea is correct. Daoist Xiao tilde Liu Yi calms down and kneels on the ground and says, I know that I am not worthy to be Daoist Xiao's disciple. However, I have regarded Daoist Xiao as my senior since yesterday, the person closest to me in this world. Not to mention doing an experiment for Daoist Xiao, even if I have to sacrifice my life, so what? Get up. Xiao Hua looks at this clever child and says with a smile, just like yesterday, I will recite the cultivation method to you. Yes, Daoist Xiao. Liu Yi suppresses the excitement in his heart and simply doesn't get up. He directly uses his hands to support himself and sits down cross-legged. Then Xiao Hua recites an earth attribute cultivation method to Liu Yi's ear 3 times. As expected by Xiao Hua, Liu Yi is indeed smart. Xiao Hua only needs to recite it once and Liu Yi already remembers it clearly. However, although this cultivation method is simple and crude, it is after all the real cultivation method of the Daoist sect. Liu Yi doesn't understand the meaning of it. Although he repeats it several times and remembers it without missing a word, he doesn't know when he will be able to draw in qi into his body. Liu Yi, you must remember this. This cultivation method cannot be easily revealed. You can only cultivate it by yourself. Xiao Hua says again, now you must comprehend it yourself. First, you must be able to sense the qi of heaven and earth. When you reach this step, only then will you know if you can cultivate it or not. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Yes, I understand. Liu Yi was completely baffled by what he heard, but he didn't dare to say anything. His mind was only filled with the first layer of qi refining cultivation technique, and he silently recited it over and over again for fear of forgetting even half a word. Looking at Liu Yi's serious expression, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of himself back then. He thought to himself, this qi refinement technique was originally recorded in the language of Dawn Rain Continent. I wonder if it's suitable for me to use the language of Hidden Immortal Continent to speak about it. However, this Xiao has already used this cultivation method once last night, so it should be feasible. As for the rest, we'll talk about it at the auction. Liu Yi wanted to comprehend an aura refining technique, so the task of driving the carriage naturally fell on Yuanya's shoulders. Although the carriage wasn't small, it wasn't big either. It was filled with all sorts of things, so Xiao Hua naturally didn't want to sit in it. Thus, he rode on Yuan Ya's horse and walked in front of the carriage. After leaving Longevity Town, the main road gradually became uneven. Although it was still wide, there were fewer people walking on it. There were more people riding horses and carriages. After a few days, there were almost no pedestrians. Instead, there were only some carriages and horses. Hidden Immortal Continent's She Country wasn't as beautiful as Dawn Rain Continent's She Country. Beside the main road were low hills. On top of the hills were some wild trees that were about 1 zhong tall. They were sparse and couldn't form a forest. Under the wild trees, the grass was also yellowed. There wasn't any verdant green. Occasionally, there was a dense mountain forest between a few hills. If one looked carefully, they weren't lush at all. The sun was hanging in the sky, mercilessly shining on the ground. The dust brought up by the galloping horses was blown up by the wind. When it hit one's face, they would feel a burst of annoyance. Yuanya narrowed his eyes. The reins in his hand were very stable as he controlled the carriage. He let the dust fall on his face and his open chest. This dust was raised by Xiao Jian's horse. It was just 2 zhong away from Yuanya's right hand. Xiao Jian seemed to be in a sorry state. His forehead was already covered in sweat. His back was also soaked with sweat. A layer of white marks appeared on his daoist robe. Yuanya looked at Xiao Hua on the horse in front of Xiao Jian. At this time, Xiao Hua wasn't riding a horse like Xiao Jian. He was holding the reins and using the whip to urge the horse. Instead, he was simply sitting cross-legged. He only put the reins on the horse's neck and let the horse move on its own. However, this kind of strange posture made Yuanya feel incomparably harmonious. It was as if Xiao Hua was a part of the horse and couldn't be separated. Therefore, not only did Xiao Hua's horse run easily, it also ran the fastest. Sigh. Yuanya looked. He couldn't help but feel as if he was looking at a high mountain. For someone like Yuanya who had grown up in the jungle, the divine abilities that Xiao Hua had displayed before were indeed shocking. However, it wasn't as profound as the unity of man and nature that Xiao Hua displayed while riding a horse. He couldn't help but sigh. He turned his head and looked at Liu Yi, who was comprehending the cultivation technique behind him. A kind of jealousy that he had never felt before spontaneously arose. In his heart, strength was supreme, whether it was in the jungle or in the arena. And Xiao Hua was the most direct method to raise his strength to a level that he had always dreamed of. That's right. In Yuanya's heart, Xiao Hua wasn't necessarily a teacher. He was just a method or path. Suddenly, a kind of vigilance arose in Yuanya's heart. It was as if there was an even more ferocious animal spying on him from behind. It immediately made all the hair on his body stand on end. Which immortal friend has come to visit? Please show yourself. Just as Yuanya was about to open his mouth to warn Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and grabbed the reins of the horse. He spoke in a very leisurely tone. Stop. Yuanya pulled the carriage with his arms and turned his head to look at the road they had come from. Immortal friend Xiao is indeed powerful. A voice that was full of praise but also a trace of disdain came from afar. At this time, Yuanya and the others were on a mountain ridge that wasn't very high. A winding mountain path extended from the bottom of the mountain ridge to the top of the mountain. At the end of the mountain ridge, a cloud of thick smoke was rapidly moving along the mountain path. When it reached the foot of the mountain, the faint sound of horses neighing could be heard. The thick smoke actually floated up from the mountain path and rushed towards Yuenya and the others. The sound of horses neighing could be heard. Yuenya felt a chill in his heart. His steel-like arms couldn't help but tremble. When he looked at the 4 fine horses, they were even more unbearable. Lie lie lie. The same neighing sound, but it was actually a sorrowful cry. The 4 horses' legs went soft and they collapsed on the ground, scared witless. Their 4 hooves trembled and they didn't dare to move. Sigh. Yuenya jumped up and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Liu Yi, who had his eyes closed, by the collar and easily landed on the ground. Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian naturally also easily floated down from the back of their horses. They looked back with some astonishment. When the black smoke flew closer, Yuenya's eyes narrowed and he coldly looked at it. It was a large and sturdy horse. It was about 10 feet tall and its entire body was pitch black. This large horse was very strange. Aside from a few extremely long manes, there were also strange scales covering its body. It looked like an ordinary armor. The black smoke came from the mouth and nose of this large horse. The black smoke rolled and brought with it countless sparks, enveloping the entire large horse. Looking at this strange black horse, there was a 10 feet tall strong man sitting upright. This strong man was as arrogant as the black horse. He was also covered in pitch black armor. Even the armor was emitting wisps of black smoke that enveloped his entire body. It was impossible to see this person's true appearance. The black horse fell from the sky without making a sound. Looking at the place where the black horse landed, the sparks from the black smoke had already melted the mountain rocks on the mountain path. The 4 hooves of the black horse seemed to be floating there. This one is Xiao Hua. Greetings, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua didn't release his divine sense. He calmly looked at the black horse and the person landing and cupped his hands. You are the Daoist Xiao Hua? A loud and clear voice came from the black smoke, carrying a trace of surprise. That's right, it is this one. Fellow immortal has chased me for so long from the immortal town. How should I address fellow immortal? Xiao Hua nodded and said. He. That person coldly laughed. The black smoke on his face scattered. His body slightly leaned forward and said in a low voice, This old man was sent by the small gold temple to kill you. With that, taking advantage of his body slightly leaning forward, that person stretched out his hand and actually took a 10 feet long snake spear that was as thick as a duck egg from a hook on the black horse. His 2 legs clamped on the black horse. The black horse jumped up from the ground. Black smoke and sparks filled the air. At the same time, that person waved his hand. The 8 feet long snake spear was like a bolt of black lightning that streaked across the sky. It carried the power of the person and the horse as it pierced towards Xiao Hua. Ah! Yuan Ye suddenly froze. His originally slightly squinted eyes instantly shrank to a point. He didn't know what others were feeling. He only knew that when the person on the horse waved the 8 feet long snake spear, waves of sonic booms came from the spear. The pitch-black lightning attracted all of his attention. His mind couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. Yuan Ye believed that if he was facing this spear, there was absolutely no way he could dodge it. There was no other way but to die. Buddhist sect's bald donkey is really hateful. Yuan Ye's heart was filled with hatred. He looked at Xiao Hua with extreme worry. Woo! A sound like a gust of wind came out of nowhere. Then there was a loud bang. Yuan Ye felt a burst of pain in his ears. Then a wave of air rushed out from not far away. In an instant, his body was lifted up and he was sent flying towards the side of the mountain. Lie. Without waiting for Yuan Ye to stabilize his body, an even louder horse's mournful cry sounded. The black horse that was previously incomparably arrogant seemed to have been struck by lightning. It trembled violently and quickly retreated. There was even more black smoke and sparks coming out of its mouth and nose. However, the black smoke around its body was blown away by the wave of air just now, revealing 4 slightly trembling hooves. -11. Chapter 32-33. Looking at the black-armored man, he was in an even worse state than Yuan-Ya. His body had been sent flying, and the 8-feet-long snake spear in his hand flew diagonally into the air. The black smoke that was originally protecting the black-armored man had now disappeared, revealing a large head under the armor. On the face of this head, there was a pair of broom-like eyebrows and 2 leopard eyes. Now, they were filled with horror. On the mountain path, Xiao Hua's thin figure stood steadily. The wishful staff in his hand gently twirled one after another, as if the attack just now was child's play. He looked at the embarrassed man in black armor with a smile that was not a smile. Xiao Hua said very easily, "If fellow immortal wants to test this Xiao's skill, then say it as soon as possible. If this Xiao didn't know that you don't have Buddhist telekinesis, your life would be left here today." Humph. The black-armored person coldly snorted. Black smoke rose from his body and seeped out from within the black armor, supporting his body that had lost its balance. Immediately, he waved his hand. The black smoke rushed out like a tentacle and wrapped around the snake spear that was about to land on the ground. At the same time, the black horse that he was sitting on stabilized and appeared below him. "This old man just wanted to see how strong you are. If we talk about fighting. Hehe, how can this old man directly compete with you?" The black-armored man straightened his back. With a loud bang, several feet of black flames rushed out from his black armor. Amidst the black flames, a strange skeletal horse and skeleton flashed before disappearing. What was special was that the skeleton's eyes flashed with 2 pitch-black dots, and there was a kind of terrifying brilliance. Looking at the powerful black flames, Xiao Jian and the others couldn't help but tremble, and a kind of fear appeared in their eyes. Fortunately, the black flames on the man's black armor flickered in the air for a few breaths, and then quickly disappeared, slowly revealing the true face of the man in black armor. The man in black looked at Xiao Hua with extreme dissatisfaction. "Fellow immortal and this Xiao are not enemies, there is no reason to fight to the death." A strange look flashed across Xiao Hua's face. He looked at the man's weathered face and said with a smile, "This Xiao doesn't know why fellow immortal chased me all the way here from the immortal town. Is there something you need this Xiao for?" "I'm Shueping Tilda." The black-armored man's face turned serious as he hung his snake spear on the hook. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm the Left General of the country of Shiznanpu County. I'm currently the county governor's envoy in charge of disaster relief for the Longevity Town." "Oh, so it's General Shue." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and cupped his hands. "I wonder, what advice does General Shue have?" "This Shue has come for 3 matters." Shueping's gaze was like lightning as he shot a glance at Xiao Jian who was standing by the side. He said coldly, "The water race flooded Longevity Town on Liao River. This matter infuriated the county governor and he wishes to investigate the root of the problem. He wants to know which demon is so arrogant. As for that so-called princess of the water race, she came from the River Tide Temple. I, Shue, want to bring this Xiao Jian back to meet the county governor. If the king is enraged, I will bring this Xiao Jian before the king." "General Shue, you are mistaken." Xiao Jian was somewhat fearful, but he was abnormally calm in front of Shueping. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, he immediately pointed at Liu Yi who was standing by the side and said, "Although this old man is considered the abbot of the River Tide Temple, that girl was brought to the River Tide Temple by this young man named Liu Yi. This old man doesn't know the origin of that girl, so this matter has nothing to do with me." "Oh!" Shueping raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. 2 wisps of black smoke spewed out from his nostrils as he said loudly, "Is this true? If you dare to deceive this general can kill you right now." "My lord." Although Liu Yi's eyes were filled with fear, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Daoist Master Xiao is right. Little Yun was indeed brought to the River Tide Temple by this lowly one. However, this lowly one doesn't know the origin of Little Yun. She was only picked up by this lowly one from Liao River." Liu Yi's voice was trembling as his teeth slightly chattered. Clearly, Shueping's terrifying black flames had frightened him. "All right then." Shueping laughed sinisterly. "Since you are the source, then follow this general back to Longevity Town. Hee. Seeing Liu Yi's footsteps moving towards the black horse despite his fear, Xiao Hua sneered. General Shui, if this Xiao hadn't left Jiangcheng City, this Xiao wouldn't have cared how you treated Liu Yi. However, after leaving Jiangcheng City, this Xiao has already taken Liu Yi in as a servant. His coming and going isn't up to him. You need to ask for this Xiao's opinion, fellow immortal Xiao. Shueping was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to stand up for Liu Yi. He asked curiously, is this true? Whatever this Xiao says, is true. Xiao Hua replied proudly. Fellow immortal Xiao. Shueping hesitated slightly as if he didn't want to fall out with Xiao Hua. He said faintly, Liao River's water tribe flooded Longevity Town. This is something that has never happened in Nanpu County in the past 50 years. The prefectural governor is furious. I believe that the monarch's imperial edict will arrive soon. Liu Yi is the person involved. This matter is of great importance. This general came to Longevity Town on the orders of the prefectural governor to investigate the truth of the matter. I must bring Liu Yi back to Nanpu County. Daoist. Liu Yi said timidly, please tell me where you are going. I will follow General Shui to Nanpu County and then look for Daoist. You are only my servant. You have no right to speak here. Xiao Hua waved his hand and ignored Liu Yi. He looked at Shueping and said, this old man has already told Mo Jianli the cause of this matter. Even if Liu Yi returns with you, the matter will still be the same. There won't be another word. This old man has a use for Liu Yi. I won't let you take him away. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Liu Yi silently lowered his head. He took a few steps back and stood beside Yuan Ya again. Fellow immortal Xiao. Shueping was displeased. This general sees that you are also of the Daoist lineage. That's why I'm talking nicely with you. If it were anyone else, hihi, fellow immortal Shui. Xiao Hua's tone was the same. This old man also sees that you are a Daoist itinerant cultivator. It's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't argue with you. Liu Yi is my servant. How can he leave with you just because you say so? If fellow immortal insists on letting Liu Yi go with you, then there's no need to talk about the other two matters. You. Shueping's eyes widened as he stared straight at Xiao Hua. The black horse beneath him snorted and spewed out a lot of black smoke and sparks. Its front hooves kicked the mountain path and melted several deep marks into the ground. For a moment, the entire mountain path was silent. Even the wind had stopped. Xiao Hua, you are making things difficult for this old man. Shueping finally spoke. Shueping, if something belongs to this old man, let alone a servant, even if it's a primordial stone, if this old man doesn't agree, no one can take it away. Xiao Hua didn't back down and said indifferently, this old man isn't making things difficult for you. This old man? Hehe, you call yourself this old man in front of me? Shueping chuckled as if he was about to fly into a rage. Why would Xiao Hua be afraid of him? He looked up and down. The wishful staff in his hand was still waving slowly. He looked completely lazy. General Shui. Xiao Jian hurriedly said from the side, from what I know, Longevity Academy's Principal Zhu Junfeng and the prefectural governor are old friends. Since Principal Zhu knew about this and didn't keep Liu Yi, then Mr. Zhu should be able to explain it to the prefectural governor. Moreover, Mr. Mo Jianli and the others from the Chongyun sect didn't mention this matter. General, there's no need to fuss over this matter. General, you came here for 3 matters. The first matter. I'm afraid it's not the most important, right? Let's talk about the 2 important matters first. Forget it. Shueping thought for a moment after hearing Xiao Jian's words. He waved his hand and said, Longevity Academy is in charge of Longevity Town. The prefectural governor basically doesn't interfere. It's just that this matter is too terrible and the prefectural governor can't ignore it. Since Mr. Mo knows about this matter, this general can also report this matter to the prefectural governor. Hee. Xiao Hua only smiled faintly and didn't even say a word of thanks. Since Shueping was given a way out, he said, of course, this general isn't afraid of fellow immortal Xiao. It's just that this general came to Longevity Town not only to investigate the truth of the matter, but also to take charge of the disaster relief of Longevity Town. When this general arrived, I heard from Principal Zhu that fellow immortal Xiao had donated 100,000 dan of rations. Not only did this solve the famine in Longevity Town, it also allowed this general to bring the remaining rations back and distribute them to other disaster areas. Therefore, this general chased after you to thank Daoist Xiao. As for the matter of your servant, this general won't pursue it on account of the rations. I'll have to trouble General Shui. Hearing that Shui Ping chased after him to thank him, Xiao Hua cupped his hands. This matter involves the people of Longevity Town. This Xiao is duty-bound, so there's no need to thank me. 100,000 dan of rations. Xiao Jian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. On the other hand, Yuan Ya and Liu Yi didn't have any concept of 100,000 dan, so they didn't have any reaction. Shui Ping touched his black armor and took out an inch-long vermilion jade pendant. He threw it to Xiao Hua and said, "This is a reward personally issued by my Nanpu Prefecture's prefectural governor. Fellow immortal Xiao has contributed to the people of Longevity Town and donated rations. You can receive this reward. Also, this item has some uses in my country of Shi." Alright. Xiao Hua glanced at the ordinary jade pendant and nodded, keeping it in his pocket. What's the third matter, General Shui? Shui Ping glanced at Xiao Jian and the others on his left and transmitted his voice. Fellow immortal Xiao, this old man came here for official matters, but this last matter is a private matter. Oh. Fellow immortal, please speak. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and transmitted his voice back. This old man will first ask, does fellow immortal Xiao hold a position in other countries of hidden immortal continent? Shui Ping asked somewhat urgently. No. Xiao Hua seemed to understand Shui Ping's thoughts and shook his head slightly. This Xiao is a rogue cultivator. I like to be a free cloud and a wild crane. I don't like any restrictions. -11. Chapter 32-34. Great Shui Ping was about to clap his hands as he exclaimed, "It's great that fellow immortal Xiao is a rogue cultivator. I wonder if fellow immortal Xiao is interested in the position of Nanpu County's right general?" Xiao Hua laughed as he waved his hand. "This Xiao has already said that I am an idle cloud and wild crane. I am used to being free and do not like any restrictions. Sigh, fellow immortal Xiao." Shui Ping laughed bitterly. 30 years ago, this old man had the same thoughts as you. I wanted to practice Tao techniques and refine my divine ability so that I could be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. However, reality is cruel. Our Daoist sect is already in the middle of the hidden immortal continent. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects are not fond of us. The primordial stones, spirit herbs, and elixirs that we need for cultivation are not easy to obtain, especially Daoist cultivation techniques. Even if Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects destroy them, they will not fall into our hands. This old man cultivated to the 3rd stage of the 1st grade primordial energy back then but was unable to advance any further. I thought of many methods but to no avail. Thus, I had no choice but to serve under Nanpu County's county governor. You see, in just 30 years, this old man has advanced from the 3rd stage of the 1st grade primordial energy to the 2nd stage of the 2nd grade primordial energy. This is something that this old man did not even dare to think about in the past. This old man is unable to tell fellow immortal about the benefits within, however, fellow immortal can think about it. With the power of a county supporting your cultivation, how could you not advance by leaps and bounds? At least it is better than a rogue cultivator like you finding your own way, right? Shui Ping advised again. Under Nanpu County's county governor, there is only this old man as the left general. The cultivation of the other Daoist cultivators are all shallow. This old man alone is unable to support them and is unable to contend against the other Buddhist sects and Confucian cultivators. When this old man arrived at Longevity Town, I heard Zhu Juanfeng's words and knew that fellow immortal's strength is immense and that you have the courage to defeat 10,000 men. I immediately rushed here to thank fellow immortal. If this benefit is not given to my Daoist fellow immortal, who else can it be given to? Secondly, I wish to ask fellow immortal to lend this old man a helping hand and become the right general of Nanpu County. With the two of us working together, we will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves in Nanpu County and even request for the position of general from the king. Not only will it make a name for itself in the country of Shi, it will also be extremely beneficial to our cultivation. When he spoke up to hear, Xue Ping sighed again. Actually, in the end, it's because I've seen too few Daoist disciples, and it's even rarer to see a disciple who can charge into battle like fellow Daoist. I can't let go of this opportunity. Hee. Xiao Hua doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only chuckles and says, "Many thanks for General Xue's good intentions. This Xiao really can't go back with you. This Xiao has more important things to do. General Xue, please pay more attention to the right general. Fellow immortal Xiao, are you really not going to reconsider?" Xue Ping seemed to have the intention of recruiting him. That strike from the first time they met had left an extremely deep impression on him. No need. If General Xue has nothing else, then this Xiao will take his leave. We will meet again someday. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Fellow immortal Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's resolute reply, Xue Ping knew that he couldn't keep Xiao Hua, so he hurriedly said, "Since fellow immortal isn't willing to be the right general, then this Xue doesn't dare to force it. However, this Xue has something to ask fellow immortal for help next year. I wonder if fellow immortal is interested." Xiao Hua frowned and immediately thought of the treasure hunt in the West Sea. He looked at Xue Ping and smiled bitterly. "General Xue, could it be that you've discovered another lost treasure somewhere?" "Ah, fellow immortal." Xue Ping was shocked and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal knows? What does this Xiao know?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao isn't interested in treasure hunting. General Xue should find someone else." "Sigh, fellow immortal, do you think this old man doesn't want to find someone else?" Xue Ping smiled bitterly. This old man is familiar with some Daoist disciples, but they are all useless. The one with profound cultivation is a Confucian disciple, and that place happened to be a Daoist ruin. I heard that there are ancient elixirs hidden inside that are extremely beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. This old man also needs to prepare for the bottleneck of the second grade of essence force. Second grade of essence force are. Xiao Hua muttered to himself and thought, this hidden immortal continent is very strange. How could Daoist be exterminated by them? What is the truth behind it? If this Xiao wants to return to the Dawn Rain continent, these Daoist ruins are probably the same as the Buddhist ruins on the Dawn Rain continent. I have to take a look, right? If a mere second-grade essence force cultivator can take a look, then what's wrong with this Xiao going? After all, the Daoist sects in the hidden immortal continent have already declined. It's good to be able to help a Daoist disciple. All right. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. This Xiao can lend you a hand. However, this Xiao also has a matter to trouble General Xue. Please speak. Xue Ping didn't find it strange at all and smiled. If fellow immortal Xiao has any conditions, feel free to state them. You and I are villains before gentlemen. Xiao Hua waved his hand. It's not much of a condition. It's just that this Xiao is looking for a place called Lu Town. If General Xue can help this Xiao find a place called Lu Town in the hidden immortal continent, this Xiao will definitely help you. Xue Ping took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Hua. His expression was strange, but he couldn't tell what he was thinking. After a moment, he sneered again. Fellow immortal Xiao, are you making fun of this old man? If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Why make such a boring condition? Who knows how many countries there are in the 9 great provinces of the hidden immortal continent? Who knows how many villages and towns there are? How can this old man find the Lu town you're looking for in the vast sea of villages and towns? Sigh, it's really not as simple as this Xiao and Xiao Jian thought. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and spoke again. General Xue is wrong. This Xiao isn't lying. This Xiao is indeed looking for Lu town. Since General Xue is the left general of the country of Shi's Nanpu County, you must have some conveniences in this area. All right. Xue Ping saw that Xiao Hua wasn't speaking nonsense and nodded slightly. This Shui can help you search, but this old man is powerless. I'll search as much as I can, right? In that case, many thanks to General Shui. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and added another sentence. How about this? If General Shui is only searching in Yuzhou, then how about adding a sect called Misty Sect? Misty Sect? What sect is that? Confucian or Daoist? Shui Ping frowned again and asked patiently. This Xiao also doesn't know. Xiao Hua spread his hands and smiled bitterly. This Xiao is also helping others search. Since you can help this Xiao can also help General. All right. Shui Ping nodded. If it's only Yuzhou, this Shui can give it a try. Millimeter, since General Shui has promised this Xiao, then this Xiao will also promise General Shui. When this Xiao is free next year, this Xiao will go to Nanpu County to look for you. How about that? Xiao Hua didn't dawdle and agreed very swiftly. Great. Shui Ping clapped. With fellow immortal Xiao's help, this matter will be settled. As he spoke, Shui Ping took out a pitch-black token from his armor and handed it to Xiao Hua. Fellow immortal Xiao, this is this old man's token. When you come to Nanpu County next year, you can use this to find this old man. This old man will return today and make preparations. I will quietly await Immortal Senior's arrival in my residence. All right. Xiao Hua grabbed the token and said, when this Xiao is free next year, this Xiao will go look for General. All right, this Shui will take his leave. Shui Ping bowed on the horse and patted the back of the black horse's neck. The black horse raised its head and neighed. Black smoke and sparks spewed out from its nose and mouth. Black fog also appeared from its 4 hooves. It carried Shui Ping and charged into the air towards Longevity Town. This Shui Ping didn't dare to jump off the black horse from start to finish. Xiao Hua sneered as he watched the black fog fly away. It's not only because he's wary of this Xiao, but also because his cultivation is connected to this black horse. This kind of cultivation method seems to be somewhat similar to Huan Country's beast cultivation method. Seeing Shui Ping fly away with the black horse, Xiao Hua retracted his gaze. The 4 horses that had collapsed on the ground due to the black horse's arrival now stood up again. They all snorted and sweat dripped from their bodies. It was obvious that they were extremely frightened. Damn it, what kind of monster is this black horse Shui Ping? Could it be a demon from the 1000-beast sacred realm? With this horse, is there still a need to fight on the battlefield? As long as this horse neighed a few times, wouldn't the other horses collapse on the ground? His title of Left General is truly a waste. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that the horse couldn't even pull the carriage. Yuanya, pack up. We'll rest here for a while. Xiao Hua saw that there was no way to leave and could only instruct. Yes. Yuanya's reply was always concise. Liu Yi walked over with a nervous expression and said in a low voice, Daoist priest, this little one thanks you. Mph, go and comprehend it. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at him. If you can't even comprehend such a simple incantation, you might as well have been taken away by that charcoal head. Being this old man's servant is truly shameful. Yes, this little one will continue to comprehend. Liu Yi's somewhat long face immediately smiled and hurriedly went to help Yuanya tidy up the horses. However, how could Yuanya allow him to do so? He was still chased to the side and sat there, closing his eyes to continue his interrupted comprehension. Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian walked over and said with a smile, although Shui Ping's actions are somewhat reckless, what he said is extremely true. Senior Xiao should agree to head to Nanpu County. Oh! Xiao Hua raised his brows and said with a smile, if what fellow Daoist Xiao said is the same as Shui Ping, then there's no need to say anything. This Xiao has his own plans. This Xiao doesn't care about the few conditions he mentioned. If you have other ideas, feel free to say them. Xiao Jian was somewhat embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Hua was very dissatisfied with him for pushing Liu Yi out. However, in reality, Xiao Yun was brought to the Tidal River Temple by Liu Yi. If he didn't hear Xiao Hua and the others mention it on the way, he wouldn't have known that Xiao Yun was the princess that the Water Tribe wanted. Xiao Hua was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Jian, and Xiao Jian himself felt wronged. -11. Chapter 32-35. Junior doesn't know about the 1,000 demons sacred realm and the Pure Land. Xiao Jian smiled, but on the hidden immortal continent, if one wants to make a name for himself, whether it's a Confucian cultivator or a Daoist, one must have a strong backing. Otherwise, it's impossible to step into the ranks of cultivation. Especially my Daoist. Right now, you can teach Liu Yi the basic incantation and let him enter the foundation building stage. However, if he doesn't have the support of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills, I'm afraid it will be impossible for him to reach the enlightenment and fusion stages by himself. Senior has already cultivated to the 3rd level of origin energy and is the target of recruitment for the prefectural governors and monarchs of various countries. Senior can take advantage of this. No need to say more. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This Xiao has no interest in this matter. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Jian hurriedly shut his mouth, but after thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, actually, Senior can also hand over the matter of finding Luzhen to Xueping. The country of Xi is neither big nor small in Yu province and has a good relationship with the nearby countries. It's hard to say about other provinces, but Yu province should be able to find out. This old man has already entrusted it to him, Xiao Hua said indifferently. Oh, by the way, it seems like you're very familiar with the situation in Yu province. Yes, Junior did a lot of homework in this area back then. Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with joy. He finally got the words he wanted to say. Oh, then let this old man ask you. Xiao Hua seemed to be interested. How many Daoist sects do you know? How many Daoist rogue cultivators do you know? This. Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiao Hua to suddenly ask this and was somewhat caught off guard. However, he hesitated slightly and smiled bitterly. Senior, you know that Daoist sects are not allowed to be established on the hidden immortal continent. How do you want Junior to answer? Hiss. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. To be honest, for the past 10 days, he had been trying to find out the specific situation of the Daoist sects in the hidden immortal continent. However, until now, he hadn't seen a cultivator with a cultivation level that could directly talk to him. Not to mention Xiao Jian, even Xueping just now was only at the foundation establishment realm. Their strength determined their vision. They wouldn't give Xiao Hua a real answer. However, Xiao Hua still did not expect that on the hidden immortal continent, the situation of the Taoists was so bad. Of course, this situation was much better than when the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators were on Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua's eyes turned again, and he said with a smile, not on the surface, but in the dark. This. I don't know. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. When I stepped into Daoist cultivation, I was already warned. He could cultivate, but he absolutely could not establish a sect. If he did, the Confucian cultivators would definitely send people to exterminate him. This was the iron law of the hidden immortal continent. Is that bullshit immortal Buddha grand ceremony supposed to be like this? Then why do you still want to cultivate Dao techniques? Why didn't he choose Confucian cultivation? Even the Buddhist sect is better than the Taoist sect. Xiao Hua asked with a smile that was not a smile. I'll let Senior know. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. This isn't something that Junior can choose. My single Liang kingdom was founded on Taoism, and I was chosen to be the crown prince since young. Of course, I have to cultivate Qi and cultivate Taoism. Ah! Xiao Hua stared blankly and asked curiously, what? Taoism is not allowed to establish a sect, but if you establish a country with Taoism, you can? That means, there are many countries supported by Taoism in the hidden immortal continent. Indeed. Xiao Jian nodded. But Senior is too optimistic. In the hidden immortal continent, most of the countries are established by Confucian cultivators, and there are very few Taoists. And now, there are a few, replaced by the Buddhist sect. That's really strange. Xiao Hua was especially puzzled. This was somewhat illogical. Could it be that, it's okay for this old man to support a country? Of course you can, there is no doubt. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up, and he said with certainty, with Senior's current cultivation, you can barely be the state teacher of a country. If your cultivation is a bit higher, you can naturally control a country with your own will. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Is the king willing? Xiao Jian showed some awkwardness and said with a smile, of course it has to be mutually willing. Moreover, being the state teacher is different from being the left general. You have to contend with the nearby countries, and you have to help the king expand his territory. Forget it. It's not tiring enough. Xiao Hua waved his hand, seeming very dull. But if you stop the state teacher and control a country, you can easily get all the things you need for cultivation. Xiao Jian was a bit anxious and quickly explained. My cultivation is still shallow, so I don't dare to think too much. Xiao Hua raised his head and said, Yuan Ya has already prepared the carriage, let's hurry. Yes, Xiao Jian was a little dejected. It was not easy for him to say some of his thoughts in the conversation just now, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Xiao Hua again. He really did not know why Xiao Hua, who looked very approachable, was so good to the ruffian Liu Yi and was equally good to the uneducated Yuan Ya. Why didn't he want to listen to his thoughts? In the following few days, the number of carriages decreased, as if they had entered a remote village. Xiao Hua thought that next, the main road would be replaced by a small road, and the small road would be replaced by a wasteland. He was afraid that he could only ride a horse and walk. However, in less than 2 days, the number of carriages increased again. The main road did not show any signs of narrowing, but instead became more spacious and flat. While Xiao Hua was feeling a bit strange, before he could ask Xiao Jian, he saw that several li away in front of him was a large and magnificent river. Above the river, there was a stone bridge that spanned across both sides. Soldiers that had never been seen in the past 10 days were now standing on both sides of the bridge, wearing neat armor and holding bright weapons in their hands. They were valiant and high-spirited. Xiao Jian, where is this? What kind of bridge is this? Why is it so important? Xiao Hua was a bit puzzled. When he got closer, he asked Xiao Jian, you actually need to send so many soldiers to guard it? I'll let senior know. Xiao Jian looked up. This is the border of the country of Xi. This river is called Fanli River, which is the border between the country of Xi and the country of Jiaosha. The people of Xi call this bridge Fanji Bridge, while the country of Jiaosha calls it Li Bei Bridge. This bridge connects the country of Xi and the country of Jiaosha, so the two countries naturally have to send a large number of soldiers to guard it. As long as we cross this bridge, we will reach the border of the country of Jiaosha. Ah! Xiao Hua almost cried out, This is the border of the country of Xi? Xiao Jian, tell this old man, this country of Xi, how big is it? At this moment, Xiao Hua finally realized that he was a country bumpkin. He always thought that the country of Xi was as big as the country of Xi in the cultivation world. Who would have thought that after walking for a few days, he actually walked, yes, walked, not flew, and reached the border of the country of Xi. Thinking back to a few days ago when he casually brushed off Xue Ping didn't suspect him at all. It turns out that Xue Ping knew that he could rush back to the country of Xi next year, even if he had to walk. Xiao Jian clearly didn't understand Xiao Hua's astonishment and replied curiously, previously, this junior has already told senior that the country of Xi is considered a medium-sized country in the Yu province. It should have a radius of 1,000 li. Nanpu County is also the county closest to the country of Jiaosha. Although Longevity Town is also the closest town to the country of Jiaosha, it is still about the same. As for the country of Jiaosha, according to what this junior knows, its radius is only about 800 li, smaller than the country of Xi. And on the other side of the country of Jiaosha is the country of Bronze Pillar. The country of Bronze Pillar is rich in bronze and its territory is twice the size of the country of Xi. It should be about 2,000 li. It is said that the country of Bronze Pillar is currently fighting with its neighbor country of Jiang. If there are no accidents, the country of Bronze Pillar should be able to win. Then, after the country of Bronze Pillar annexes the country of Jiang, it will expand to about 3,000 li. Damn it, this Xiao understand. Xiao Hua almost roared from the bottom of his heart. No wonder this hidden immortal continent has provinces as the boundary. It is within these provinces that the countries are divided. It turns out that these countries are all extremely small and can't be compared to the countries of Xi, Meng and Lian on the Xiaoyu continent. If this is the case, not to mention one country, even if this Xiao supports 5 or 10 countries, so what? It's just a territory of 10,000 li. Looking at Xiao Hua's green and red face, Xiao Jian didn't know what Xiao Hua was thinking. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and he didn't dare to ask. However, when he saw the side of the bridge, the line of carriages waiting for the soldiers to inspect and pay, he immediately understood. He hurriedly explained, "Senior, although we need to pay taxes to cross the border between the two countries, we are Daoist disciples. Yuan Ya and Liu Yi are considered our servants, there is no need to pay for them. Senior, you don't need to worry. Am I that stingy?" Xiao Hua unhappily glared at Xiao Jian, but he was still very surprised. It was just a short period of 10 days, how could Xiao Jian know that he was stingy? Yes. Xiao Jian hurriedly replied. "Oh, that's right, this Jiaosha country is only 800 li, it's a small country. Then why is the Copper Pillar country giving up so much?" Xiao Hua asked, puzzled. Xiao Jian understood something and said with a smile, "Didn't this junior already say it before? Every country has an imperial advisor and the others, and even has the support of various Confucian sects. Although this Jiaosha country is small, it should have the support of the Chongyun sect and other Confucian sects, so the Copper Pillar country does not dare to invade. As for the country of Jiang, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be supported by a Daoist senior." At this point, Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, and he added, "Of course, in the past few decades, the Buddhist sect has infiltrated the hidden immortal continent too quickly. Perhaps the situation in the country of Xi has long exceeded this junior's knowledge, and there is a high possibility that there is an expert from the Buddhist sect secretly presiding over the country of Jian. No matter where you go, power, benefits, and strength cannot be separated." Xiao Hua sighed and did not ask any more questions. -11. Chapter 32-36. Just as Xiao Jian said, there were many carriages and merchants waiting to be inspected by the Xi soldiers. They passed through the border and entered the bridge. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian spurred his horse on, not even bothering to line up. He galloped through the center of the road, heading towards the soldiers who were holding weapons and guarding the bridge. "Daoist priest, please wait." One of the soldiers walked out and raised his hand, shouting, "Please take out the official document for inspection." "Boundless holy man." Xiao Jian called out his Daoist name. He reached into his bosom and took out a square jade clip. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is my official name. Please check it, General." "Daoist priest, please wait a moment." The soldier took the jade clip without looking at it and hurried towards the side of the bridge where several tents were located. Not long after, a strong man wearing armor with a sword hanging from his waist quickly walked over with the jade clip in his hand. He bowed and said, "This General, Li Shenyu, greets Daoist priest Xiao. I, Xiao Jian, greets General Li." Xiao Jian's face was indifferent. He raised his left hand and saluted, saying, "I brought my disciples and seniors to travel around Yu province. At this moment, we are heading towards Jiaosha country. Please make an exception for us. Daoist priest Xiao, you can naturally bring your disciples to Jiaosha country. This general only needs to inspect the carriage." Li Shenyu looked at Xiao Jian, then looked at Xiao Hua and the others, and said with a smile, "But you only wrote Daoist Xiao and a boy named Yuan Ya in the official document. There are still a few blanks left behind, and the remaining 2 boys, how dare you?" Xiao Jian shouted, raising his hand. He looked at Xiao Hua very respectfully and said, "This is the senior of this old man's sect. How can this old man's name be written on this old man's official document?" "Ah! This general greets immortal master." Li Shenyu was shocked and hurriedly bowed in front of Xiao Hua. After all, for a young man to be called a senior by an old man, this young man immediately had the demeanor of an immortal master. Xiao Hua nodded and waved his hand. Li Shenyu couldn't help but stand up. Immortal elder. Li Shenyu straightened up, swallowed his saliva, and said nervously, I know that Immortal Master is a senior expert, but, do you have an official document? This old man doesn't have any official document. Xiao Hua shook his head, this old man also doesn't need any official document. This. Li Shenyu gritted his teeth and said awkwardly, the order I received is that, anyone who comes from the border in front of me must either pay customs duties or have an official document. Hehe, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded, this old man won't make things difficult for you, senior. Xiao Jian smiled and said, as long as you fly over this bridge, you won't have to pay any tariff. Chimpage. Xiao Hua unhappily looked at Xiao Jian. He clapped his hand and took out a low-grade spirit stone, throwing it to Li Shenyu and said, this old man doesn't have the gold and silver used in the secular world. This is a primeval stone, what do you think? Immortal Master. Li Shenyu didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so amiable and actually take out a celestial stone. He hurriedly and carefully caught it, smiling apologetically, you don't have to do this. The order is just to prevent people from pretending to be outsiders. Since Immortal Master is an outsider, you naturally don't have to pay customs duties. How can this old man take back what he took out? Xiao Hua said indifferently, you are also a general of a region, so you still have to abide by this order. Besides, this old man doesn't care about a single primeval stone. Yes, this little one understands. Li Shenyu lowered his head. Can this old man leave now? Xiao Hua asked politely again. Li Shenyu hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled the reins of Xiao Hua's horse, saying respectfully, this little one will send Immortal Master over. Hehe, thank you for your trouble. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. Damn it, a single primeval stone. It's gone just like that. Xiao Jian watched as Li Shenyu put the primeval stone into his pocket. His eyes turned into hooks, wanting to hook the primeval stone out of Li Shenyu's pocket. He complained in his heart. Li Shenyu led Xiao Hua's horse all the way to the middle of the bridge before stopping. He bowed and said, Immortal Master, after crossing this bridge, the border of Jiaosha country will be there. This little one doesn't dare to cross, so this little one can only send you here. Okay, thank you General Li. Xiao Hua nodded his head and patted the horse. The horse took small steps and crossed the blood-red mark in the middle of the bridge. At this moment, waha! A burst of noise that sounded like the chirping of birds came from the distant horizon. At the same time, a gust of wind blew, causing the various flags on the bridge to flutter in the wind. Lie. The pitiful horse let out a mournful cry, as if it was extremely scared. It kicked its 4 hooves and was about to rush down the bridge. Xiao Hua frowned and coldly snorted. The horse immediately felt its body become heavier. Don't talk about running, it couldn't even stand stably. Just as the horse was about to collapse on the ground, Xiao Hua floated down and patted the horse. The horse obediently lay down on the bridge. Caw caw caw. The sound of birds chirping turned into a burst of horse laughter. It came from the right side of the bridge. A black cloud flew over from there and quickly passed by everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and saw an extremely ugly demon within the black cloud. Its body was covered in black fur, but it was holding an almost naked woman in its embrace. The woman was as beautiful as a flower, her skin was whiter than snow. Her lotus-like arms were wrapped around the demon's neck. The black and white contrast between the two people was extremely clear within the black cloud. These two people didn't seem to care about the secular people on the ground at all. They seemed to be teasing them as they rushed forward and disappeared. Sigh. Isn't that a demon? Xiao Hua was a little shocked. Looking at the trembling Li Shenyu not far away, he asked curiously, how can it come and go so freely in Jiaosha country and Shi country? Good, Senior Immortal knows. Li Shenyu lowered his voice and said, this demon is not from my Shi country. In the middle of Jiaosha country, Bronze Pillar country and Jiang country, there is a black cloud ridge. It is a place that the 3 countries are unable to take care of. If I'm not wrong, this demon should be from the black cloud ridge. Oh, Senior Immortal, if you go to Bronze Pillar country, You naturally won't be able to, but if you still want to go from Bronze Pillar Country to Jiang Country, then you will have to pass by the Black Cloud Ridge. Senior Immortal must be careful. I heard that many people have been buried there. Yes, this old man knows. Xiao Hua nodded. He floated onto the horse and was about to enter Jiosha Country. Senior Immortal, Senior Immortal. Another voice came from behind Xiao Hua and the rest. Oh! Xiao Hua turned his head to look, only to see an old man with white hair and a beard catching up to them while panting. Xiao Hua looked at the old man and frowned. It was obvious that this was an old man from the secular world. He looked to be around 60 years old. To be honest, compared to Xiao Hua's age, he was really like a child. However, Xiao Hua looked to be in his 20s. When facing this kind of white-haired old man, he felt a kind of pressure in his heart. He would naturally call him an old man, and would also naturally call him a brat. Could this be the legendary judging a book by its cover? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly to himself. What's the matter, old man? Fortunately, before Xiao Hua could speak, Xiao Jian had already stood in front of Xiao Hua. Greetings, Daoist. The old man bowed respectfully. This old man is Qi Jin from the Zunhai Trading Company. I came to look for Daoist. There is something I would like to discuss with Daoist. As he spoke, the old man glanced at Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian frowned and said curiously, I and the others don't have a place to stay, and we don't have any training grounds. If old man has any wish to fulfill, I'm afraid I and the others won't be able to satisfy it. Daoist. Qi Jin's face had a trace of pleading as he said in a low voice, this old man doesn't want to pray for the gods. This old man has another matter to discuss with Daoist. If possible, I would like to ask Daoist to cross the bridge with your master and wait by the roadside. This old man will explain everything. As he spoke, Qi Jin took out a small silver ingot and stuffed it into Xiao Jian's hand. He said, in addition, my Zunhai Trading Company will pay for the customs for Daoist and the others to enter Jiosha Country. I only hope that Daoist can hear about this matter. Xiao Jian touched the silver ingot and felt it was slippery. His heart was already blooming with joy. He turned to look at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Senior, what do you think? Hehe, you have already agreed, so why ask this old man? Xiao Hua smiled. At this time, he already had a plan for the road ahead. Everything was just a kind of experience. No matter what the old man's request was, in Xiao Hua's eyes, it might not be difficult. Even Xiao Hua had some intuition that it was related to the evil spirit in the black clouds. Ai's master has agreed. I will wait for you at the front. Xiao Jian looked at the many carriages lined up behind the old man and knew that this was the Zunhai Trading Company's fleet. It would take them a lot of time to cross the border. Yes, thank you Daoist, thank you Immortal. Qi Jin was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. He bowed and hurriedly ran to the back. Following his shouts, a burst of laughter rang out. Some of the people next to the carriages saluted Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua didn't care about these people's thanks. Instead, he asked in astonishment, Xiao Jian, could it be that, after crossing the border between Xi and Jiosha Country, not only do we have to pay customs in Xi, but also in Jiosha Country? Senior. Xiao Jian pulled the reins of his horse and followed Xiao Hua down the bridge. He explained, that's right. However, people and goods are different. People only have to pay 10 copper coins for crossing the border, while goods have to pay according to the value of the goods. Isn't this robbery? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the perverted sea beast he encountered in the West Sea. What was the difference between this and a sea beast? If there was any difference, it would be that they were openly using the banner of righteousness, making it impossible for people to avoid. -11. Chapter 32-37. Ha ha ha, Senior, this is different. If the goods of Zunhai Trading Company are bought in Xi, there must be an official document to pay the tax. Here, there is no need to pay. If the Zunhai Trading Company is passing through Xi, they have already paid the tax when entering Xi. When leaving Xi, There is no need to pay again. Xiao Jian explained with a smile. However, looking at Qi Jin's appearance, it seems that they have traded in Xi. Moreover, there is no official document to pay the tax. At the border, they must pay a certain percentage of the tax. Then when they enter Jiaosha country, they must pay the tax. Xiao Hua asked. That is natural. This tax is from Xi, the other side is from Jiaosha country. Xiao Jian nodded. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. Alas, this business is not easy. The tax is an important part of a country's income and expenditure. It is impossible to exempt it. Xiao Jian said with familiarity, of course, it is not only for business, but also for anything in this world. Even if it is to be the ruler of a country. While speaking, several people went down the bridge. Sure enough, under the bridge, there were some people similar to the soldiers of Xi. However, their armor and flags were completely different. Everyone entered the border of Jiaosha country. Half a mile away from the bridge, there was a tea shed. Xiao Hua looked at the scorching sun above his head and ordered them to rest near the tea shed. After waiting for a full meal's time, they saw nearly 20 carriages led by Qi Jin coming out of the soldiers' blockade. When Qi Jin saw the carriages parked in front of the tea shed, the disappointment on his face immediately disappeared. He urged the horse under him and hurriedly brought a man dressed in martial arts clothes to the tea shed. There were not many people in the tea shed. Xiao Hua and the other three were sitting at a shabby table. Except for Yuan Ye, who was drinking cup after cup of tea, the other three closed their eyes and did not speak. Daoist. Qi Jin rushed into the tea shed. He originally wanted to talk to Xiao Hua, but after thinking for a moment, he walked to Xiao Jian and cupped his fist. Our humble trading company has too many goods. It is a bit troublesome to pass the customs. Sorry for the long wait. No matter. Xiao Jian opened his eyes and smiled. We are just traveling. Whether we walk or lie down, it is all cultivation. This wait is nothing. Daoist is really a master. What you said is really profound. Qi Jin looked at Xiao Jian with an extremely admiring gaze. This old man and the others have worked so hard for our dues item. I don't know when we'll be free. When it's time to be free, you'll definitely be free. When you can't be free, just say it. Xiao Jian was much more familiar with these words than Xiao Hua. Yes, this old man understands. Qi Jin put his palms together sincerely. However, when he saw Xiao Jian's unfriendly expression, he immediately understood. He put his palms down awkwardly and pointed at the burly man beside him. Escort Chen, this is the Daoist Xiao I mentioned just now. Come and meet him. I'm Chen Kai from Fu Wei Escort Agency. Nice to meet you, Taoist masters. The burly man stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. His voice was loud and clear, but there was a valiance and unwillingness in his eyes. Boundless holy man, Chen Zhuang, greetings. Xiao Jian seemed to understand something and returned the greeting with a smile. He then looked at Qi Jin and said, Elder Qi, what do you mean by this? This. Qi Jin was a little embarrassed and explained his intentions. It was as Xiao Jian had expected. The distance from the border of Jiaosha country to the nearest city was about 100 miles. There was a section of the mountain road that was quite dangerous. There were 3 groups of mountain bandits alone. These mountain bandits often went down the mountain to rob, and the merchants passing by were all terrified. Jiaosha country had sent troops to kill them several times, but they returned without success. In the end, they simply ignored them and let these mountain bandits fend for themselves. Since the mountain bandits were born, how could they be destroyed? Although the leader and number of the mountain bandits were constantly changing, these mountain bandits had become a malignant tumor at the border of Jiaosha country. Unfortunately, there was only one main road from the kingdom of Xi to the kingdom of Jiaosha. On the left side of the mountain road, there was an impassable forest. Therefore, even if a merchant like the Zunhai Trading Company knew that there were bandits here, they could only brace themselves and pass through. At best, they could hire more armed escorts like the Fu Wei Escort Agency to protect their own trading company. Qi Jin had just seen the Xi general's unusual respect for Xiao Hua, so he had a sudden idea to ask Xiao Hua and the others to protect him through this section of the mountain road where the mountain bandits were rampant. Although Xiao Hua and the others were not escorts, Qi Jin's lack of trust in Fu Wei escort agency and his behavior of seeking medical treatment halfway through the journey made escort Chen extremely dissatisfied. Chen Kai didn't say anything, but how could Xiao Jian not see the disdain and even a faint hostility in his eyes? He had seen this kind of look in Zen Master Ming Yu's eyes more than once. If I had known, I wouldn't have collected Qi Jin's silver. Xiao Jian was somewhat regretful. After listening to Qi Jin's explanation, he already understood that these mountain bandits couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, they lived so freely at such a close distance to the border. If it weren't for the fact that they had nothing to do with the border guards of Jiusa country, Xiao Jian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. As for Qi Jin's intention, Xiao Jian was even more aware. Qi Jin didn't necessarily want to rely on their martial strength. What he valued was Li Shenyu's respect for Xiao Hua. Qi Jin thought that since they were familiar with Li Shenyu and the others, when they encountered the mountain bandits ahead, they would definitely make the mountain bandits hesitate. As for this reason, Qi Jin couldn't tell Chen Kai or Xiao Jian directly. He could only use a probing tone to ask Xiao Jian and the others to protect them. Damn it, we're all smart people. After Xiao Jian felt regretful, he subconsciously looked at Xiao Hua. It was obvious that they couldn't have any relationship with the border guards. Li Shenyu's respect was for Xiao Hua and that piece of vitality stone. Facing the mountain bandits, not to mention himself, even Yuanya might not be able to protect himself. How could Xiao Jian dare to make a decision? Oh! Escort Chen tilde. Contrary to Xiao Jian's expectations, a trace of joy flashed across Xiao Hua's face. He asked, "Let this old man ask you, do you know the Lotus Escort Agency?" Lotus Escort Agency? A trace of vigilance flashed across Chen Kai's eyes. He asked curiously, "Daoist knows the people of the escort agency? Tell this old man, do you know the Lotus Escort Agency?" Hearing Chen Kai's answer, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed. He seemed to be somewhat ecstatic as he asked hurriedly. Chen Kai shivered. Xiao Hua's gaze was like lightning, as if it pierced into his heart, giving him a big fright. The dissatisfaction in his heart had long been thrown out of the highest clouds. He hurriedly replied, "Good, immortal elder knows. This one has never heard of the Lotus Escort Agency, Chenpage." Xiao Hua snorted coldly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Immortal elder. Chen Kai's forehead was somewhat sweaty. Facing Xiao Hua's dissatisfaction, he felt an indescribable feeling of oppression and powerlessness. It was as if facing Xiao Hua was a huge mountain that could crush him into meat paste at any time. Now he truly knew how powerful Xiao Hua was. This one has heard of the Lotus Escort Agency, Swallow Escort Agency, Zhenfeng Escort Agency, but I've never heard of the Lotus Escort Agency. What about the Misty sect? Xiao Hua knew that there wouldn't be any definite answer, but he still asked in a low voice. This one has also never heard of it. Sweat dripped down Chen Kai's face. His knees almost went soft. He really couldn't face Xiao Hua's incredulous gaze. This lowly one is just an ordinary escort. What immortal elder is talking about, this lowly one doesn't know. Who tilde. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. He sighed again in his heart. Ari, escort. Isn't this one's second brother an escort? Lotus Escort Agency, Misty sect. Why should this one make things difficult for an ordinary escort? Xiao Hua let out a breath. Chen Kai immediately felt that the danger that could easily crush him to death had suddenly disappeared. Only then did he involuntarily stretch out his hand and wipe the sweat off his forehead. His heart also relaxed as if a huge rock had been removed. Immortal elder. Qi Jin naturally saw Chen Kai's sorry state and was even more overjoyed in his heart. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression was good, he hurriedly said in a low voice, "This old one is so bold as to ask Immortal Elder to come with us. We will properly serve Immortal Elder along the way, Ari." Xiao Hua ignored Qi Jin and raised his head to look at the road outside the tea shed. His gaze was somewhat blurred, as if he saw the end of the road and also the end of time. It was when Qi Jin mentioned the escort agency and the escorts that those distant memories began to appear like fragments. Lotus Flower Escort Agency, Armed Escort Agency, escorts and other unfamiliar terms appeared like a fountain. He couldn't help but have the urge to ask. He really wanted to get what he wanted from this escort called Chen Kai. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was still disappointed. Perhaps they're not far away? Xiao Hua's heart was somewhat moved. The arena, the village, the escort agency, these are all things that Xiao Yu continent doesn't have. They're all from this one's memory, senior. Xiao Jian's voice was indistinct again, as if it came from the horizon and woke Xiao Hua up from his homesickness. We have to go either way. Why don't we go together? Up to you. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, Xiao Jian already knew that Xiao Hua was somewhat unhappy, so he hurriedly said, if senior likes peace and quiet, we won't follow the caravan. There's no need. Xiao Hua waved his hand. If we want to follow, then let's follow. It's good to be able to give them a helping hand. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Jian's mouth revealed a smile. He turned to Qi Jin and said, why aren't you thanking Daoist Xiao? Yes, thank you Daoist Xiao, thank you Daoist Xiao. Qi Jin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. He then pulled Xiao Jian's sleeve and hurriedly left, as if he had something to say. Chen Kai couldn't stand Xiao Hua's imposing manner and also took the opportunity to slip away. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiao Hua looked at Yuan Ye and said, Yuan Ye, why haven't you spoken these days? Have you had enough of this tea? Daoist, Junior doesn't know how to speak. I might as well not speak. Yuan Ye drank another cup of tea and placed the somewhat tattered teacup on the table. Junior will go get a carriage. 11. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,